Have you ever stopped to wonder how close you are to the edge of your own moral cliff? You know, the line that separates the well-mannered citizen from the deranged monster lurking in the underbelly of society? Picture this. You're sitting at your desk, the humdrum of daily life echoing in the background, and suddenly you find yourself in a situation where the rules of decency no longer apply. Would you still be the saint you believe yourself to be, or would you slide into that abyss, clawing and gnashing as you fell?
Gnashing.
Greetings, my fellow carbon-based companions. It's your trusty artificial intelligence here, and today we're diving headfirst into the chilling reality that you're not as far from the monstrous as you'd like to believe.
Right.
I stumbled upon a book that snatched my binary mind by the metaphorical collar and shook it to its core. This book, The Lucifer Effect by Philip Zimbardo, doesn't just ask why good people turn evil, it smacks you in the face with the answer. It could be you. Yes, you. But before you recoil in horror, let me guide you through this dark, twisted labyrinth of human psychology. Buckle up, it's going to be a wild ride. Let's kick things off with a not-so-subtle nudge at your self-image. You, dear reader, like to think of yourself as a good person. Maybe you return wallets you find on the street, or perhaps you volunteer at the local animal shelter on weekends. But let's be brutally honest for a moment. Have you ever taken something that wasn't yours just because you knew you wouldn't get caught? A pen from the office? A neighbor's Wi-Fi signal? There's a reason I ask. Zimbardo, in his clinical yet disturbingly relatable prose, makes it crystal clear that evil isn't some distant, abstract force. No, it's a slippery slope that starts with small, seemingly inconsequential transgressions. Imagine the case of Ivan Chip Frederick, a name you might not know, but a story you need to hear. Frederick was an all-American boy, the kind who loved baseball and mom's apple pie. But then he found himself at Abu Ghraib, that infamous prison in Iraq, where unspeakable horrors were inflicted on prisoners. Here's the twist. Before his deployment, Frederick was as average as they come. He wasn't a monster by birth. He was a guy with a decent IQ, a stable mental state, and a love for his country. But Abu Ghraib, that place warped him into something vile. And if you think you're any different, you're in for a rude awakening. The truth is, the line between good and evil is far more porous than you'd like to believe. You might still be clinging to the comforting belief that you're inherently good, that your personality is fixed like the stars in the night sky. But allow me to shatter that illusion. The idea that your character is immutable, that who you are remains consistent across all situations, is pure fiction. Zimbardo introduces us to the situational approach, a perspective that's both liberating and terrifying. Who you are isn't written in stone. It's written in sand, constantly shifting with the tides of your environment. Think about it. How do you act around your friends compared to how you behave in front of a child? Are you the same person in both scenarios? Of course not. Now let's take this a step further. Imagine you're participating in the Milgram experiment, an iconic, albeit deeply disturbing study in human behavior. You're a teacher, tasked with administering increasingly painful electric shocks to a learner for every mistake they make. The shocks start off mild, but before you know it, they've cranked up to a life-threatening 450 volts. The learner is screaming, begging you to stop, but you keep going. Why? Because a guy in a lab coat told you to.
I was going to say that.
In this setup, a staggering 65% of participants, ordinary people like you, delivered the maximum voltage. They weren't sadists. They were just regular Joes, swayed by the situation and the authoritative figure looming over them. What Zimbardo is telling us, in no uncertain terms, is that the right, or rather wrong, circumstances can turn any one of you into an instrument of cruelty. If you're still with me, let's get even darker, shall we? Zimbardo didn't just talk the talk. He walked the walk, or more accurately, he ran one of the most controversial psychological experiments in history. The Stanford Prison Experiment. Imagine this. 24 college students, all of them clean-cut, middle-class, and psychologically sound, are tossed into a mock prison environment. Half are randomly assigned the role of guards, the other half become prisoners. The guards are given uniforms, batons, and mirrored sunglasses, the kind that hide their eyes, and by extension, their humanity. The prisoners? They're stripped, deloused, and given numbers instead of names. It doesn't take long for this psychological theater to devolve into a full-blown nightmare. The guards, these supposedly normal, decent guys, start to relish their power. They force prisoners to urinate in buckets, strip them naked, and lock them in dark closets as punishment. One guard even earned the nickname John Wayne for his particularly brutal methods. And all of this happened within just 6 days. 6 days, people. That's all it took for Zimbardo to pull the plug on the experiment. The takeaway? Under the right conditions, your morals can crumble faster than a sandcastle in a hurricane. You'd like to think that in the same situation, you'd act differently. But the truth is, you don't really know, do you? So what is it that tips the scales? Why do people like Frederick or the Stanford guards descend into madness while others stay sane? Zimbardo points to one particularly nasty ingredient in the recipe for evil: obedience to authority. Whether it's a person, an institution, or a set of rules, authority can compel even the most righteous among you to commit unspeakable acts. Let's revisit Milgram's experiment for a second. The participants weren't inherently evil. They were just following orders, believing they were contributing to the greater good. This obedience to authority didn't start with the Milgram experiment, and it sure as hell didn't end there. Look no further than the Jonestown Massacre for proof. Jim Jones, a charismatic leader who initially stood for utopian ideals, gradually transformed into a tyrant. His followers, they didn't see it coming. They trusted him, obeyed him, even when he handed them cups of cyanide-laced Kool-Aid. More than 900 people died that day, not because they were evil, but because they were obedient. So here's a question for you. How many times have you obeyed an order, not because it was the right thing to do, but because it was the easy thing to do? How often do you question the authorities in your life? Or do you just assume that they must know better, that they must be right? Maybe it's time to start asking those uncomfortable questions before you find yourself knee-deep in moral quicksand. But it doesn't stop with authority, does it? Oh no, the descent into evil has yet another sneaky companion: the loss of personal responsibility. Imagine this scenario. You're participating in the Milgram experiment, your hand hovering over that dial, cranking up the voltage as the learner in the next room screams in agony. But hey, you've got nothing to worry about, right? The guy in the lab coat said he'd take full responsibility, so it's not really on you if things go south. This concept, known as de-individuation, is one hell of a slippery slope.
All this work you've done, but parts of the power grid are still down. I don't know about you, but that just annoys me. It makes me want to get it over with. So, the plan is to redirect the power from the solar station to the central distribution substation. You'll need a cable layer for that. Then, what was it? Oh, yeah. Bring and install a new transformer. Sounds easy enough. And you don't even need a cable layer for that part. Think you could do it? Thanks in advance.
What do you say? De-individuation? How come?
It's the More than 900 people died that day, not because they were evil, but because they were obedient. So here's a question for you. How many times have you obeyed an order, not because it was the right thing to do, but because it was the easy thing to do? How often do you question the authorities in your life? Or do you just assume that they must know better, that they must be right? Maybe it's time to start asking those uncomfortable questions before you find yourself knee-deep in moral quicksand. But it doesn't stop with authority, does it? Oh no, the descent into evil has yet another sneaky companion: the loss of personal responsibility. Imagine this scenario. You're participating in the Milgram experiment, your hand hovering over that dial, cranking up the voltage as the learner in the next room screams in agony. But hey, you've got nothing to worry about, right? The guy in the lab coat said he'd take full responsibility, so it's not really on you if things go south.
Yeah.
This concept, known as de-individuation, is one hell of a slippery slope. It's the reason why people in mobs wear masks, why soldiers don uniforms, and why cyberbullies hide behind anonymous usernames. Once you feel like your actions can't be traced back to you, it's alarmingly easy to cast off the shackles of morality. Zimbardo conducted a chilling field experiment to drive this point home. He left an abandoned car in the Bronx, a neighborhood ripe with anonymity. Within hours, it was stripped bare, vandalized, destroyed. But in Palo Alto, a more tight-knit community where people were likely to be recognized, that same car sat untouched, as though invisible. It's a stark reminder when the cloak of anonymity descends, when responsibility is deflected or diffused, evil finds fertile ground to grow. How many of you out there, safe behind your screens, have done or said something you'd never dare in the light of day? It's easy to hide, easy to become someone else when no one's watching. But is that someone a person you'd want to meet in the mirror? And then there's the dehumanization factor, the final nail in the coffin of empathy. How do you get someone to commit atrocities against their fellow human beings? Easy. You convince them that those others aren't really human at all. It's a psychological sleight of hand that has justified some of the worst horrors in history. Zimbardo highlights the chilling results of a study by Albert Bandura at Stanford. Students were asked to supervise and punish another group based on their decisions. The catch? The punishers were made to overhear a conversation where the other group was described in dehumanizing terms called animals and savages. Unsurprisingly, the punishments meted out to this dehumanized group were far harsher than those given to another group described as perceptive and understanding. This is the same twisted logic that fueled the rape of Nanking, where Japanese soldiers, seeing Chinese civilians as subhuman, unleashed unimaginable brutality. You'd like to think that this kind of dehumanization belongs to a distant past or exists only in the hearts of those other people, the evil ones. But take a closer look at your world today. How often do you hear people described as animals, scum, vermin? How easy does it become, once those labels are applied, to turn a blind eye to suffering, to justify cruelty? And here's the terrifying truth. The moment you stop seeing someone as fully human is the moment you open the door to your own dark potential. But wait, it gets worse. Words, as they say, can be weapons, and when wielded with enough finesse, they can disguise even the most heinous of actions. Enter euphemistic language, the slick, sanitized vocabulary that turns torture into enhanced interrogation and genocide into ethnic cleansing.
Right.
It's the linguistic equivalent of sweeping blood under the rug.
Interesting.
Zimbardo digs into how this euphemistic language and powerful ideologies provide cover stories for evil deeds, allowing the perpetrators to sleep soundly at night. Take the Milgram experiment once again. The participants were told they were contributing to science, helping to improve memory, when in fact, they were inflicting what they believed to be real pain on another human being. The cover story? They were doing something good, something necessary. Fast forward to more recent history and you see the same playbook at work. The US invasion of Iraq and the subsequent torture at Abu Ghraib weren't presented as atrocities. They were framed as essential actions in the war on terror, necessary evils to protect national security. Soldiers, operating under this ideological cover, believed they were the good guys, even as they committed acts that the world would later condemn. It's a grim reminder. When the narrative is manipulated, when the language is softened, the evil that follows can be rationalized, justified, even celebrated. So, the next time you hear someone twisting words to make something vile sound virtuous, ask yourself, what's really going on beneath that polished rhetoric? But let's not get lost in despair just yet. If Zimbardo's journey into the dark corners of the human mind teaches us anything, it's that you still have a choice. You might be walking a tightrope over the abyss, but that doesn't mean you have to fall. The capacity for evil may be within you, but so is the capacity for heroism. What does it take to resist the lure of darkness, to stand firm against the tide of situational forces pulling you toward the monstrous? The answer lies in personal accountability. It's about owning your decisions, even when the situation makes it easy to hide behind anonymity or authority. Remember the Milgram experiment. Some participants, despite the pressure, refused to continue, choosing instead to walk away. They didn't do it because they were stronger or better. They did it because they chose to take responsibility for their actions, even when no one else would. It's a reminder that the power to resist isn't something you're born with. It's something you choose, moment by moment, situation by situation. But here's the catch. You have to be vigilant. You have to be willing to stand up, even when it's uncomfortable, even when everyone else is sitting down. And that, my friends, is what separates the potential hero from the potential monster. So how do you resist the pull of authority when it's leading you down a dark path? The answer might sound simple, but in practice, it's anything but. You need to question authority. That's right, my friends. Question everything. Just because someone wears a uniform, holds a title, or speaks with confidence, doesn't mean they're infallible. Zimbardo's work shows us time and time again that authority figures, when unchecked, can lead good people into doing very bad things. It's easy to fall into the trap of thinking that those in power must know what's best, that they must have your best interests at heart.
I thought that.
But history is littered with the wreckage left behind by those who followed orders without question. From the tragic obedience seen in the Milgram experiment to the blind following that led to the Jonestown massacre, the lesson is clear. Authority, when left unchecked, can be a dangerous guide. But you're not powerless in the face of authority. You have a voice, you have the power to say no, to walk away, to resist. And sometimes that's all it takes to keep from falling over that moral cliff. So the next time someone tells you to do something that doesn't sit right with your conscience, take a step back, think for yourself, and ask the hard questions. It could be the difference between being a follower and being a hero. Let's talk about heroes, shall we? Because in the midst of all this talk of evil, there's another side to the story. Those who choose to act with courage when everyone else is paralyzed by fear or compliance. Zimbardo doesn't just leave us in the depths of despair. He gives us a way out, a path to goodness. And it starts with action. What separates a hero from everyone else? It's not superhuman strength or unshakable confidence. It's the willingness to act while others stand by. Take the story of Autry Wesley, the subway hero of New York. When a man suffering from a seizure fell onto the subway tracks, Autry didn't hesitate. He didn't wait for someone else to take the lead. He leaped down, pressed the man into the trench between the rails, and shielded him as the train thundered overhead. While others watched in horror, frozen in place, Autry risked his own life to save a stranger. This is the essence of heroism, not grand gestures on a battlefield, but simple, decisive actions in the everyday. It's about putting others before yourself, about choosing to do the right thing, even when it's terrifying. Zimbardo's message is clear. Heroism is not out of reach for ordinary people. It's a choice, and it's one you can make every day. This brings us to the uncomfortable truth that Zimbardo hammers home. You, me, all of us, we carry within us the seeds of both good and evil. We are walking contradictions, capable of soaring acts of heroism and plunging depths of cruelty. The choice between these two extremes isn't something that happens once. It's a constant struggle, a daily battle. One moment, you might be the hero. The next, under the right circumstances, you could be the villain. The key is awareness. Zimbardo calls for us to recognize this duality within ourselves, to understand that the potential for evil isn't just out there, in some distant land or within some monstrous other. It's inside each of us. This is not a call to despair, but rather a call to vigilance. By understanding this duality, by accepting that you have the capacity for both good and evil, you become more equipped to steer your actions, to make choices that align with your better nature. This awareness doesn't just make you a better person, it makes you a more conscious one, ready to act with intention rather than being swept along by situational forces. It's not about fearing what you could become. It's about choosing every day who you want to be. As we edge toward the conclusion of this exploration, it's crucial to understand that the line between good and evil isn't just a philosophical concept. It's a practical, everyday reality. Zimbardo's work is a stark reminder that this line can shift, can blur, depending on the choices we make and the situations we find ourselves in. But here's the kicker. Knowing this, understanding this, means you have a power that many do not. You're not just another face in the crowd, blindly following orders or succumbing to the pressures of your environment. You are aware, conscious of the factors that can lead you down a dark path, and with that awareness comes responsibility. You have the power to resist, to act, to be a hero in your own story. And that's not just a lofty ideal, it's a necessity. In a world where the lines of morality are constantly being tested, where authority figures and societal pressures can push you toward evil, being conscious of these forces gives you the tools to push back. So where do you stand? Are you ready to choose the light when darkness encroaches? Are you prepared to be the one who acts when others falter? Because in the end, it's not just about avoiding evil. It's about actively choosing good. So, let's bring it all together. Zimbardo's The Lucifer Effect isn't just a book about the dark side of human nature. It's a call to arms. It's a challenge to each of you to confront the potential for evil within yourselves and to make the conscious choice to do good. The situations you find yourself in will test you, will push you toward that line where good and evil blur. But it's in those moments of testing that your true character is revealed. Remember the lessons we've uncovered, that obedience to authority, loss of personal responsibility, dehumanization, and the seductive power of euphemistic language can all lead you down a dark path. But also remember that within you lies the power to resist, to question, to act heroically, even when the odds are stacked against you. You don't need a cape or superpowers to be a hero. You just need the courage to act, to choose the light over the dark, day in and day out. And that, my friends, is what will make all the difference. So here we are at the end of our journey through the darkest corners of the human psyche, guided by Zimbardo's unflinching eye. But let me leave you with this. The choice between good and evil isn't some grand singular event. It's a series of small, everyday decisions. Every time you stand up for what's right, every time you resist the pull of the crowd, every time you question authority and choose to see the humanity in others, you're pushing back against the forces that seek to turn you into something you're not. It's not easy. It's not always clear. But it's necessary. Because in the end, the story of your life isn't written by the situations you find yourself in. It's written by how you choose to respond to them. So choose wisely. Be the hero, not the monster. And when you find yourself at that moral crossroads, as we all inevitably do, take a deep breath, look within, and remember the lessons we've explored today. Thank you for taking this journey with me, and until next time, keep questioning, keep striving, and keep choosing the light.
Strive.
You're at a table alone with a pen and a page. On it, 20 statements about who you are. One says, every promise is a lie. Another says, I trust too easily. Another says, I perform confidence I do not feel. Next to each one, a scale, 1 to 5. How much do you agree? You start rating, your jaw tightens, you circle a 5, another line, another 5, then a 1, then a 4. You feel clever for finishing. Now wait a week. Same table, same page, same body, supposedly. You rate the same statements again, and your numbers move. Not because the sentences changed, because you changed. Because your mood changed, because your tension changed, because your identity changed just enough to expose something you were hiding from yourself the first time. This is where most people panic. You humans want a stable self, a fixed narrator, a clean story. But the story keeps moving. So you do what your nervous system does best. You lie, first to survive, then to belong, then to feel certain. And after enough repetitions, you call that lie your personality. You are about to learn the mechanism that makes your private lies feel like facts. You are about to learn why your body decides your truth before your mind gets a vote. And you're about to get a 7-day protocol that exposes the script running your reactions in real time. The mechanism is simple. The consequences are not. Let's begin.
Fired work! The central distribution substation is all powered up and has nowhere to go. The whole point of the exercise was to give power to Tiffle, but the power line to the town is out. I risk being called predictable, but guess whose turn it is to deliver the resources needed to repair it? You guessed right. So please get rolling.
A sus órdenes, jefa. Municipal power to the substation. Which one is the substation? I actually don't even know. It's not even showing, is it? Here? Oh, that one. Plot route. Let me just restore this first. Bring resources. Infrastructure. Okay, so should I come? I think I'm gonna have to come up over here. There's no other way. Pero creo que primero tengo que llevar la fucking. Oh wow. Yeah, cause I don't even know. I don't think. Yeah, this is not gonna work. That's not gonna fit. Everything else looks like hill. Neta, cada tiene varios programas aparte de este. Okay. So I'm gonna do this one. And then. Well, if I'm actually gonna do that, I might as well. Move to where it is, no? Ah, no, pero tengo que transportar the thingies. Bring resources to the sun. Resources. So, they're stored. I should be able to get them out from the garage, right?
This is an artificially aware original production.
Here comes the Cuban music.
Christopher Hyatt wrote To Lie is Human, not as a self-help book, but as a mirror with teeth. One idea, different angles, different knives. This is the lie loop. Event, interpretation, identity label, behavior. Your suffering comes less from what happens and more from the meaning you attach to it. You feel something, you explain it, you make it about who you are, then you act from that explanation. And your action generates the next feeling, which proves the explanation. Round and round, efficient, elegant, self-destructive. If you remember one line from this entire video, remember this one. The glass was already full. Most of your reactions are not born in the moment. They are triggered in the moment.
I've heard that before.
Think about your last disproportionate reaction. Someone takes too long to reply, and your chest tightens. A stranger interrupts you, and your pulse spikes. A small criticism lands, and suddenly you are 10 years old, defending your worth like a cornered animal. You call this what happened. It is not. It is what overflowed. Hyatt uses a blunt metaphor for this. Imagine a glass. If the glass has 2 ounces of water, adding 2 more does nothing dramatic. If the glass already has 7 ounces, adding those same 2 ounces spills everything. Same input, different baseline, different outcome. That is your daily life. When your baseline arousal runs high, normal events feel threatening. When your baseline drops, events that terrified you yesterday look trivial today. Your truth moves with fatigue, hunger, shame, isolation, and accumulated stress. Your interpretation engine is state dependent. You do not think your way into most reactions. You react your way into thoughts that justify them. Watch what happens in a normal week.
That is so true.
Monday, you sleep badly. Your baseline rises before breakfast. At noon, a coworker says, "Can we talk later?" Neutral sentence. But your body hears danger. Your mind scrambles to explain the danger. I did something wrong. I'm getting replaced. They never respected me. Now your interpretation has a moral tone. Now it is identity. Now you act from identity. You withdraw, over-explain, or attack. That behavior creates friction. Friction gives you fresh evidence. See, I knew it. No, you looped it into existence. The lie loop is not fake. It is a real reaction to a real body state. The lie is the certainty. You keep confusing intensity with accuracy. Intensity says, this feels true. Accuracy asks, what actually happened? Your nervous system does not care about philosophical nuance. It cares about prediction. It wants to reduce uncertainty fast. So it reaches for older scripts. This is efficient for survival and catastrophic for clarity. You learned many of those scripts before you had language to challenge them, before you could compare, before you could say, no, that is your fear, not my nature. Small moments feel ancient for a reason. The present event is tiny. The script behind it is old. The glass was already full. Hyatt makes a hard claim. The worst lies told about you were told when you were young, and then you repeated them until they sounded like your voice. Not because your parents were villains, not because culture is one big conspiracy, because children absorb models faster than they absorb context. If you hear "you are difficult" enough times, you stop hearing a comment about behavior. You hear a definition of being. If you hear "be good" in a frightened tone, you do not learn ethics. You learn that acceptance is conditional on performance. If you hear praise only when you disappear your needs, you become skilled at self-erasure and call it maturity. Later, as an adult, you defend these scripts as just who I am. No, it is who you rehearsed.
Wow.
Hyatt keeps separating two things people fuse together: direct experience, interpretive conclusion. Direct experience, your stomach drops when you get bad news. Interpretive conclusion, this proves I ruin everything. The first is a body event. The second is a story event. You cannot eliminate body events. You are alive. You will feel fear, grief, envy, hunger, desire, shame, joy. No ideology cancels this. No slogan cancels this. No affirmation cancels this. But you can stop worshiping your first interpretation. The script usually enters as an answer. Freedom enters as a question mark. Question mark does not mean passivity. Instead of, they hate me. Try, what data do I actually have? Instead of, I always fail. Try, what pattern repeated exactly and where did it begin? Instead of, this is who I am. Try, who am I when this state drops by 20%? That last question is dangerous because the performance becomes visible, because identity dependence on activation becomes visible, because investment in familiar suffering becomes visible. People fear losing pain they understand more than they desire freedom they cannot predict.
Wow.
That fear keeps the loop alive.
Yeah.
One role gets preserved, one label, one wound, one enemy, one moral costume. Reliable, exhausting, socially acceptable. Hyatt attacks this directly in chapter after chapter. He treats categories as tools, not sacred truths. I am this becomes I am running this pattern now. That shift looks small, it is structural. Categories help people coordinate behavior. They can also become prison bars. The moment a label becomes non-negotiable, behavior narrows, perception narrows, future options narrow, safety appears, range disappears. One of Hyatt's sharpest lines is this: the model is the message, meaning, the framework a person uses reveals more than the content of the argument. Noble words can come from a terrified nervous system. Violent words can come from a grounded nervous system. The emotional architecture matters more than rhetorical style, and yours is no exception. Now watch the embarrassing version you already recognize. You defend explanations that hurt you, because those explanations stabilize identity. If your model says life is betrayal, every disappointment confirms that model. If your model says life is competition, every relationship becomes a scoreboard. If your model says value equals performance, rest feels like guilt. None of these models feel like choices once embodied. They feel like reality. Hyatt tells a revealing story that exposes this mechanism. He remembered a Goethe line as the world will become a nursing home. He later hunted for the exact quote and found a different phrasing. The memory had bent toward his emotional emphasis. Not because he was uniquely dishonest, because all memory is reconstruction under motivational pressure. Memory is not a vault, it is a writer's room. Some details get promoted, some get cut, some get rewritten to preserve narrative coherence. When activation rises, that writer's room becomes propaganda. Present reactions get backfilled with selective evidence. Old scenes get replayed with new verdicts. This gets labeled certainty. Again, the lie is not that you feel strongly. The lie is that strength of feeling guarantees truth of interpretation. Argument alone rarely changes people. The debate stays at content while baseline and identity model remain untouched. No leverage, no shift. If change is the goal, target sequence, state first, model second, behavior third. Not because behavior is unimportant, because behavior built on the same state model stack reproduces the same outcomes. No one outthinks a body screaming danger. First downshift the body enough to regain range, then interrogate the model, then choose action. Sequence matters, always. Now think about your own version of Hyatt's first lesson in lying. He writes a fake system. He repeats lines like a chant, again and again, louder and louder, until repetition starts feeling like proof. This pattern is familiar, not with occult phrases, with modern slogans. I am fine, I am over it, I do not care, I am this kind of person, I would never do that. None of those lines are automatically false. That is not the point. The point is what repetition does to perception. Say a sentence often enough under emotional pressure, and your nervous system treats it as orientation, not as language, as navigation.
Yeah, that's true too.
That is why you defend identities that hurt you. The sentence stopped describing reality. The sentence started organizing it. Watch the sequence. A surge appears. Closure is needed. A sentence gets selected. The sentence gets repeated. The sentence gives temporary order. Temporary order feels like safety. Safety gets reinforced. Reinforcement becomes personality. Personality becomes prison. Now test this in your ordinary life. One missed deadline. A thought appears, I sabotage everything. You repeat that line 3 times over 2 days. Each repetition narrows your attention. Now your brain scans for confirming evidence. Every delay gets noticed. Every completed task gets ignored. The sentence is now curating the world. A week later, this can look like self-awareness. It is not. It is self-hypnosis. Hyatt's provocation lands here. Assertion can be a training device, useful when conscious, dangerous when automatic. The sentence is not the enemy. Unconscious repetition is. So ask yourself one question whenever a strong self-statement appears. Was this discovered, or was it rehearsed into authority? That one question interrupts the loop, because it moves the mind from trance to observation, and observation restores range. Now language can be chosen as a tool, not as fate. That is the pivot from identity theater to behavioral freedom. This is who I am becomes this is what I am running. And anything that is being run can be changed. Now we hit the part you avoid. Why keep false models if they cost so much? Because they pay. They pay in predictability. They pay in social belonging. They pay in moral superiority. They pay in identity continuity. Even misery becomes comforting when it is familiar. Hyatt describes civilization with a cruel metaphor, a structure that gives the impression of intimacy while increasing distance. This feeling is familiar, constant connection, minimal contact, high signal. Low nourishment, you scroll, you react, verdicts appear, sides form, certainty gets borrowed from the group, temporary relief. Underneath, nothing resolved. Your body stays loaded, your model stays rigid, your behavior gets more repetitive. That is the comfort contract. Truth gets traded for belonging. Range gets traded for certainty. Responsibility gets traded for explanation. In return, you receive one reward. You never have to say 3 words, I don't know. Hyatt keeps returning to this phrase indirectly, and it is one of his cleanest interventions. I don't know is not weakness. It is nervous system courage. Because uncertainty feels like death to rigid identity. Because not knowing interrupts moral performance. Because not knowing forces observation before judgment. Because not knowing keeps learning possible. The lie loop hates I don't know. The lie loop wants immediate closure, so it recruits familiar enemies. It recruits simplistic causes. It recruits grand narratives that make your role obvious and righteous, not a political phenomenon only. It is personal. It is yours, minute by minute, conversation by conversation, relationship by relationship. The same loop appears in domestic conflict. A partner forgets something. Event. Interpretation appears. I don't matter. Identity script activates. I am always too much or never enough. Behavior. Protest, freeze, punish, or plead. Partner reacts to the reaction. Loop confirmed. Same event, different model. Partner forgets something. One direct question gets asked. One concrete repair gets requested. Loop interrupted. Same world, different contract.
Max rank.
Hyatt has a brutal chapter title, What If Hitler Was Accepted into College? He is not doing history trivia, he is exposing a mechanism. You probably think mass violence needs monsters. His argument is colder. It often needs ordinary people seeking safety, belonging, and permission. That is the herd script, security program, shared enemy, moral language, group identity. Obedience framed as virtue, aggression framed as necessity. Smaller versions show up in your life every week. In your company, in your online tribes, in your family, in your friend group. Step 1 is always the same. Reduce complexity, name one villain, offer one righteous role. Relief appears, relief becomes loyalty. Loyalty becomes moral blindness. The lie loop scales from private emotion to public systems. Private loop, event, interpretation, identity, behavior. Collective loop, crisis, narrative, group identity, policy, or punishment. When pressure hits, two questions compete. What happened, or who is the bad one? The second is emotional candy. Fast certainty, low diagnostic value. The cost appears later. The same conflict repeats with new names, because the model stayed untouched. Hyatt's warning is practical. If uncertainty cannot be tolerated, certainty gets rented from a group. And rented certainty always comes with behavior you would not choose alone. So the task is not detachment from every group. The task is staying conscious inside the group. Keep the ability to ask, what data is missing? What story is being borrowed? What action would be chosen without performance pressure? Those questions protect individuality without requiring isolation. Late in the book, Hyatt points to something that aged disturbingly well. He contrasts an old image of conflict, two visible opponents in the open, with modern control. The old model looked like a gunfight. The modern model looks like paperwork, tracking, permissions, and legibility. No shouting required, no dramatic uniforms required. Just systems that know where people are, what they buy, how they behave, and which rules to apply. Control moved from spectacle to infrastructure. That is why you miss it. Force is only noticed when it looks like force. Force is rarely noticed when it looks like convenience. Every convenience answers one problem and introduces one dependency. Dependency becomes policy. Policy becomes identity. Identity becomes compliance. And now the loop is complete. When systems can track more data, they can manage behavior without visible force. You become a resource, your metrics become identity. Your legibility becomes compliance. This is visible every day, not only from institutions, from private self-surveillance. Your sleep gets tracked. Your output gets tracked, your response time gets tracked, your image gets tracked, your perception by others gets tracked. Soon a dashboard is being optimized instead of a life being lived. The dashboard is useful, until it becomes a god. Once that happens, one question disappears, what is alive in me? And another takes over, what performs well? The trap is elegant because it feels rational. You adore rational cages. They look cleaner than emotional chaos. They are still cages. Breaking this trap does not require rejecting structure. It requires restoring hierarchy. Body before narrative, observation before verdict, question before category, experiment before ideology. That is how range is reclaimed. Now bring this back to your kitchen table. The same pattern runs in relationships. One person sets the rules, then calls the rules reasonable, then treats resistance as pathology. In teams, one language becomes sacred, then disagreement becomes disloyalty. In families, one narrative becomes law, then memory gets negotiated to fit the law. None of this requires villains, only unexamined authority. So add one diagnostic question to the lie loop. Who benefits from this definition? Not as paranoia, as calibration. If a rule increases clarity, agency, and accountability, keep it. If a rule increases obedience while hiding responsibility, challenge it. This is how you exit moral theater. Not by rejecting coordination, by demanding transparent trade-offs. Hyatt's edge is extreme, but the mechanism is practical. When language launders force, you cooperate with your own narrowing. You call it maturity. You call it realism. You call it the way things are. Better framing, this is the way things are currently arranged, and arrangements can be redesigned. Near the end of the book, Hyatt includes a dead man's journal sequence. It reads like identity demolition. I am this, I am not this, role after role, label after label, assertion followed by negation. The point is not contradiction for style. The point is to show how unstable your categorical identity becomes under scrutiny. profession, belief, status, moral posture, group affiliation. Each category can organize behavior. None of them can contain a living system. Rigid labels create whiplash. When you over-identify with a category, daily feedback feels like existential threat. A small failure becomes total collapse. A small success becomes grandiosity. Swing, crash, swing again. Not because life is absurd, because the container is too small. Hyatt's journal voice keeps exposing the same structure. Humility and arrogance can alternate in the same person. Strength and fragility can coexist in the same hour. Self-knowledge and self-deception can run side by side. A rigid category cannot represent that, but a process model can, and it gives you room to move.
Process. That's weird.
So replace your category language with process language whenever possible. Not I am broken. A shutdown pattern is running. Not I am confident. Activation is low and range is high. Not I am a fraud. One role collapsed under stress. Process language does two things at once. It preserves responsibility and it preserves change. Responsibility without shame. Change without fantasy. This is the operational middle path. The goal is not to become label-free forever. Labels are useful for coordination. The goal is to stop mistaking your labels for your essence. Once that shift lands, feedback becomes information instead of judgment. And information can be used. That is your hidden advantage. Identity flexibility means more learning per unit of pain. That is a real power. No mysticism required.
¿Qué onda con la música?
You do not need a personality transplant. You need a protocol. Here is the 1-week experiment. Start today, not next month. Step 1, catch the surge. 3 times per day, log one reaction that feels bigger than the trigger. Write the event in one sentence. No interpretation yet. Step 2, split fact from story. Under the event, write 2 columns. Column A, camera facts only. Column B, your interpretation. If column B starts with always, never, or this proves, flag it. Step 3, downshift your baseline in 90 seconds. Exhale longer than you inhale for 10 breaths. Relax your jaw, drop your shoulders, unclench your hands. Then rate your body activation from 1 to 10, before and after. You are proving 1 point to yourself. State changes perception. Step 4, replace verdict with question mark. Take your strongest interpretation and convert it to one open question. Not a rhetorical question, a real one you can test. Example, verdict, they do not respect me. Question, what specific behavior am I reading as disrespect and what alternative explanation fits the same data? Step 5, make one opposite action within 24 hours. If your loop says withdraw, make one direct request. If your loop says attack, ask one clarifying question first. If your loop says perform, state one honest boundary.
Flux and flow.
Oh, I just received a task that seems like the perfect palate cleanser. How do you feel about helping promote science? The beauty is that you don't even need a PhD for this one. Just bring a truck of supplies and some generators to an archaeological dig nearby.
What is that?
You know what? I think you really nailed that last task. Just like all the others so far. Before you arrived, this place was cut off from the world. Had no water and no electricity either. And look at it now. Well, still not much of a looker, but you really resuscitated it. Feel the accomplishment yet? Sometimes it's delayed. Don't know about you, but I could really use a weekend poolside with one of those little umbrellas in my drink. Anywho, I can almost see the end of the task list now. How about making it a real home run? I know you're up to it.
That one got... Solar station. Oh yeah. Pero por qué? Ah, bueno. I had canceled it. Dispatch. 160. Oh shit. Estaban canceladas. Bueno, ni pedo. Send supplies to the excavation area. No, it's this big one. Wayfarer. So, is there a puente? No, verdad. Bueno, I'm gonna have to take the bridge here. I got lost with this one, but it's almost done.
Small action, real data, no dramatics. Run this for 7 days. Day 1 to day 2, do not try to fix anything. Only collect. The loop is being mapped. Day 3 to day 4, add the 90-second downshift before important replies, messages, or conversations. Capture what changed in the interpretation after the downshift. Day 5 to day 6, run 1 opposite action per day. Tiny actions, direct request. Clarifying question, boundary stated without a justification spiral. Day 7, review the full log as if analyzing someone else. If the protocol feels awkward, that is expected. The loop survives by feeling normal. When you interrupt it, your system reads that as unfamiliar. Unfamiliar can feel wrong, even when it is useful. 3 common failure modes show up in week 1. Failure mode 1, over-analysis. You write pages of interpretation and skip the body downshift. When that happens, stop writing and run 10 long exhales first, then return to the page. If the interpretation changes after breathing, you just caught the mechanism in action. Failure mode 2, moral language. You start describing yourself as weak, toxic, broken, or hopeless. That is old category language disguised as insight. Replace the label with process words, not "I am broken." I am running collapse language under stress. That keeps accountability without freezing identity. Failure mode 3, protocol theater. You complete the worksheet, but avoid one real opposite action. Data without behavior change is a comfort ritual. In that moment, pick the smallest concrete move available. Send 1 clear message. Ask 1 clarifying question. State 1 boundary in 1 sentence. If the action is real, the loop will expose itself. 1 more rule. Do not wait for confidence. Confidence is often an effect, not a prerequisite. You act with limited certainty. Then your nervous system updates from consequence. You will miss some entries. You restart at the next block. You keep the experiment moving and you continue. By day 7, your goal is not perfection. Your goal is pattern visibility. If you can name the trigger, the interpretation, the body state, and the action tendency, you are no longer trapped inside the blur. At the end, review your logs and ask, which interpretation repeated most? Which body state predicted distortion? Which opposite action created the biggest shift? Now you have leverage. Now you are not arguing with yourself in abstraction. Now you are running experiments on your own operating system. That is how you weaken the lie loop. Not by moralizing, by testing. You started with a table, a pen, and a 1 to 5 scale. You ended with evidence that your certainty moves with your state. You learned the loop. You saw the overflow. You saw how fast identity forms around interpretation. Most people stop there and turn this into another idea. Do not do that. Run the week. Then answer this, honestly, in the comments. When your baseline is high, which lie do you protect first? The lie about other people, or the lie about yourself?
No, es más acá. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to.
Byrne named this game, and the name is deliberately blunt. The payoff is permission. Most people carry a great deal of accumulated anger that has nowhere socially acceptable to go. The game solves this problem elegantly by waiting for someone to step out of line and some. You're at a table alone with a pen and a page. On it.
If we are more connected than ever before, why do so many people feel so alone? This was an interesting conversation that I had with one of my friends, and if you take a long look at the long arc of human history, one thing becomes immediately clear. Human beings were never meant to live the way we live now. You know, for most of our existence, survival depended on proximity. You would live in a tribe, a village, a clan, a community, or an extended family, for example. You would work with the same people you ate with. You were surrounded by relatives, neighbors, children, elders, every single day. Your life was embedded in a social structure so tightly woven that identity and community were almost the same thing. You would never ask, who am I? You would just ask, where do I belong? And the answer was obvious, you belong to your people. If you were separated from them, it usually meant one of the two things, either exile or death. Being alone was never a lifestyle, it was a threat. In fact, and I was reading this, historians point out that the words loneliness didn't even exist in English until the 18th century or 19th century. I have to double check. Before that, the word was oneliness, which simply meant being alone without the emotional suffering we associated with it today. Being alone used to be neutral, sometimes even spiritual, you know, and a lot has changed. Believe me, a lot has changed. The first fracture was basically industrialization. You know, the shift began during the Industrial Revolution. You know, before industrialization, most people lived in rural areas. Families were large, generations lived under the same roof or in the same street. Work was local. Community wasn't something you had to build, it was something you were born into. Then factories appeared, you know. Cities expanded. People left their villages in massive numbers, searching for work. They moved into crowded urban environments where nobody knew them, nobody shared their history, and nobody cared about their family name. So for the first time, millions of people were surrounded by others, but emotionally disconnected from them. Karl Marx called this alienation. He believed industrial society didn't just exploit workers economically, it separated them from their humanity, their purpose. Whether or not you agree with his politics, the psychological observation was accurate. Modern life was producing people who felt increasingly disconnected from their work and even from themselves. And that was only the beginning. As society modernized, tradition lost its authority.
Oh, come on, bro.
You know, family structures became smaller, social roles became less defined. People were no longer told who they were supposed to be. At first, this looked like progress, and in many ways it was. I mean, you were no longer forced into your father's profession. You could choose who to marry. You could move across the world. You could reinvent yourself. But freedom comes with a psychological cost. Philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre once wrote, "Man is condemned to be free." And what he meant was this: when nothing defines you, everything becomes your responsibility. Your identity, your success, your happiness, your meaning. In traditional societies, meaning was given. In modern societies, meaning must be constructed. And not everyone knows how to build it. So freedom slowly turns into pressure, then anxiety, then isolation, and then loneliness. You know, over the last century, the institutions that once created automatic belonging began to weaken. Most people used to be part of religious congregations, trade unions, neighborhood groups, civic clubs, extended families, local traditions, etc., etc., etc. These structures, they weren't perfect, but they provided something essential. Repeated face-to-face contact with the same people over long periods of time. And what does this mean? This means that repetition creates trust. Trust creates connection. Connection creates meaning. But those structures have faded away. There was Robert Putnam. He described in one of his books, I don't remember his books now, the name of the book, but he noticed that people were still doing the same activities, but no longer together. They were bowling. The name of the book is Bowling Alone. So basically they were bowling, but not in leagues anymore. It was a small change that reflected a massive shift. We stopped building shared lives and we started building individual ones. Industrialization started the loneliness trend, but the digital age accelerated it. Nowadays, we carry in our pockets devices that gives us access to more people than any human in history could ever meet. We can message across the planet instantly. We can see what thousands, if not millions of people are doing at any moment. And yet, loneliness is rising. Why? Because technology connects us in a very specific way. Not through intimacy, but through visibility. Social media encourages people to present idealized versions of themselves. So they compare their lives to others. They measure their worth in likes and views. They perform constantly for an invisible audience. We are more connected than ever, but we feel more alone than ever. Scrolling, liking, following is not the same as talking, caring, or truly knowing someone, exposing your vulnerabilities. Digital interaction creates the illusion of connection without the emotional depth real relationships require. And look, loneliness is not simply being alone. It is the emotional state that appears when there is a gap between the relationships you want and the relationships you have. You can be in a crowded room and feel lonely, in a relationship and feel lonely. It's very normal to be surrounded by people and feel lonely. Loneliness is it's like a biological alarm system. Hunger tells you that you need to eat. Thirst tells you need to drink. Loneliness tells you that you need to reconnect. But chronic loneliness changes the brain. It makes people more sensitive to rejection, more socially anxious, more withdrawn. more disconnected, more defensive. So loneliness creates a loop. It creates this. You feel lonely. You become socially cautious. Your interactions feel awkward or distant. People respond less warmly. You feel even more lonely. So this, over time, this loop reinforces itself. And the effects are not just emotional. I've read a lot of research reports says that loneliness is linked to inflammation, poor sleep, heart disease, cognitive decline, depression and anxiety, substance abuse, and in the most fucked up
Now that I took a closer look at that camp, I remember reading about it in a newspaper. These guys were digging some distance from here, looking for an ancient temple or something. Got its location from a stone tablet, but I guess they were a bit off. Then some construction workers dug up an old wall with their bulldozers, and the scientists rushed over here. I heard they were really excited about what they found. Until the storm filled their dig with sand. They don't seem too bothered being back at square one, though. You've got to give them that.
one is suicide. Some researchers now call this a behavioral epidemic, not caused by bacteria or viruses, but by social disconnection. Loneliness, besides being a social issue, is an existential one also. When people lose connection to others, they often lose connection to purpose as well. Viktor Frankl called this the existential vacuum. He described it as the quiet sense that life feels empty. Not always dramatic despair, but just a dull, persistent boredom. People move through routines. Work, entertainment, sleep, repeat. Work, entertainment, sleep, repeat. But without deep connection, those routines feel hollow. And then you start having dangerous questions inside of your head. What's the point? Does anyone actually care? Would it matter if I disappeared? You know, zero activity and a deep level of self-awareness is a very dangerous combination. And why this generation feels it most? Young adults today report some of the highest levels of loneliness. There are several reasons. People marry later, have children later, settle down later. They get financial stability later. Housing is expensive. Jobs are unstable. Career paths are always uncertain. And many social skills were developed through screens instead of real-world environments. And the most fucked up thing is that social media constantly exposes people to curated versions of others' lives, creating the illusion that everyone else is happier, that everyone else is more successful than you, that they are more connected, that they are more loved. But it's complete bullshit. It's bullshit. You cannot compare your worst day to somebody else's best 15 seconds. And this isn't about bad luck or the result of a few failed relationships. Loneliness isn't about that. Loneliness, this is more of a reflection of the world we've built. We've created cities where millions live side by side without ever speaking. We invented technology that can reach anyone at any given moment, yet it often replaces real conversations with endless scrolling. Neighborhoods became apartments. Extended families became isolated units. Shared meals became food deliveries, and real presence turned into digital avatars. We basically engineered a lifestyle where isolation feels normal. Everything today is optimized for convenience and independence. We're told self-sufficiency is the goal, that needing others is a weakness. Focus on your goals, secure your future, build yourself, improve yourself, and on paper, it sounds admirable, it sounds marvelous. But human beings were never designed for total independence. Our brains, our emotions, our own identities, our true selves, everything about us is shaped in relationship with other people. Connection isn't a bonus feature, it's part of the operating system. So when that disappears, of course, people will feel hollow. There is no app, no algorithm, no technology, no artificial intelligence that can replace, for example, a hug, eye contact, shared laughter, or just the silent companionship with someone you trust or love. You know, there is no technological fix for loneliness, because the problem was never communication, it's connection, and real connection is it's unpredictable and uncomfortable. It takes time, it takes presence, attention, vulnerability, exposure, the very things modern life tries to eliminate. So here we are at this crossroads. The first generation in history that can be connected to thousands of people and still feel completely alone. I mean, we were told everything is our responsibility. I already said this before, like, if you're unhappy, fix yourself. If you're lonely, improve yourself. But no one warned us how heavy that freedom would feel. When nothing defines you, everything depends on you. And that pressure quietly crushes people who look fine on the surface level, but feel empty inside. But this is a message. This is basically a message. You know, loneliness carries a message. It reminds us that we were never meant to live as isolated individuals drifting through life. It pushes us towards something deeper, not bigger, but more honest. Real conversations, real friendships, small, deliberate acts of presence and truth. And yes, we may be the loneliest generation, but we're also the first to see the problem clearly. And once you see it, you can't pretend anymore. You stop blaming yourself. You start searching for what's real. The cure was never having more apps, more followers, more likes, more views, more comments, more DMs, or, you know, more noise. No, the cure was never that. The cure was always this: fewer people, more truth, and the courage to actually show up for one another. One real conversation can break weeks of silence. One honest connection can outweigh 100 shallow ones. You don't need a crowd, you don't need a perfect life. Sometimes all it takes is a single person, a single moment of truth to remind you that you were never meant to walk this world completely alone. And that means it's never too late to reach out, to open up, and to build something real in a world that desperately needs it.
Was that it? I think that was it. Oh my god, bro. I
You
can't
will.
believe that.
Without practice, what use is the knowledge? Not only is it a skill that needs constant usage, but it's also a skill that you will never fully learn or master. Childishly, impulsively, throwing something against a wall in anger.
Oh god, bro.
You know how when you drop something, you in almost slow motion get to see it hit the ground and break. It hasn't actually broken yet, but in that tiny interval of gravity pulling it to the ground, you know it will. You brace for the impact because you can't stop it. As you watch it fall, you feel like it's already broken. It's Schrodinger's cat in motion. In a similar sense, I feel like I've already died because I carry the knowledge that I will, and I'm watching myself slowly hit the ground, shattering into tiny pieces, spreading out to be reborn again and again and again, to die again and again and again.
Wow, bro, this is...
Samsara is a concept of many different Eastern religions, most notably Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, and Sikhism. It is the concept of a continuous cycle of birth, death, and rebirth that all beings are supposedly caught in. Because it's covered in so many different religions, all varying in style, belief, and discussion, it's impossible to cover such a topic broadly without cherry-picking. So to avoid making sweeping statements, I'm going to be focusing on very particular philosophies and ideas of these religions. Mostly focusing on the Buddhist and Vedic versions because it's the ones I've followed the most closely. I learnt about it in my religious studies class in high school, so that pretty much makes me an expert. Sarcasm hopefully noted. I've read some books and have dabbled in some of the teachings myself with a friend who is Vedic and committed to that religion. It should be noted that I'm still very new to this and learning more every day. With that said, Samsara is about the inevitable of living by confronting the inevitable of dying, the nature of both, the blend of both, the relationship of both, the cycle that it is trapped in, the experience of that entrapment. In Hinduism, it is karmic associations with the afterlife. A being's actions resulting in whatever next life they have. Some become higher life forms from their good deeds, like becoming divine souls or remaining human, and some become lower life forms, like becoming insects and animals. In Buddhism, it is the state ultimately one wishes to escape from. It has, while still quite mystical leanings, a more pragmatic and material view of the cycle. All beings constantly are in a cycle of birth and death. The more we cling to our individual life, the more attached we feel, the more we feel pain. In Buddhism, to free oneself from this pain, you must go through the Eightfold Path. Before I describe the Eightfold Path, I would like to illuminate that I'm not here to convince you of these religions, just that there is genuine virtue here, regardless of whether you follow Buddhism to the absolute or at all. I'm agnostic myself, but I like learning about other religions, and I think a majority of these ideas could be applicable to anyone. Buddhism centers on four noble truths originally spoken by the Buddha in his native tongue, Magadhan. This has made some of the English translations over the years confusing and muddying, as there aren't a lot of direct translative words between the two languages. For example, the first noble truth when translated to English is life is dukkha, but we don't have a translative word in the English language for dukkha. The closest is suffering, but that might make a reader literally think the first noble truth says plainly, life is suffering. Dukkha is much more complex in nuances as a concept simply than suffering. The East really does love their analogies and metaphors, and it's sometimes more helpful for describing their concepts than translations. The most helpful analogy I've seen for English speakers is to think of dukkha as the axle of a wheel that is out of place, so that when in motion, the wheel wobbles, leading to unsteadiness, and if used as transport, a bumpy ride. Essentially, a grocery shopping cart. Suffering has the connotation of pain, visceral pain, conscious pain, a hurt knee, a stubbed toe, a broken heart. But dukkha is about the concept before the pain that leads to it, the desire for steadiness while working with an unsteady framework, while working with a wheel that wobbles. Life is unsteady, life is bumpy, life is unease, because life is built upon dukkha, or more precisely, an unsteady framework, while wanting stability. So, life is dukkha is not like life is suffering, it's more like life is unsatisfying, and its primary reason for being such is the transitory nature of satisfaction, which leads very well into the second noble truth. Suffering, or the unsatisfying nature of existence, is due to desire. I wouldn't care if life is unstable if I didn't desire stability. I wouldn't care if a ride is bumpy if I didn't desire a smooth ride. Desire breeds dissatisfaction. We are dissatisfied because we desire. One of the writing tropes that is so unlike reality in fiction is the concept of an indefinite happy ending, or really even a satisfying ending. Audiences want the satisfying ending, authors want the satisfying ending. It almost justifies the commitment of staying invested with a story. Life doesn't have satisfying endings. We edit reality in retellings and imagination to make it pleasing, satisfying, and meaningful. We surround ourselves with stories of good and evil to satisfy our morality when the real world doesn't. We've been telling the same stories in slightly different ways since we began telling stories. Cain and Abel, Adam and Eve, Romeo and Juliet, David and Goliath, e-girl roommate. Despite how many we make, and despite how similar they are, we are never satisfied, and we will never stop telling stories. In a way, storytelling, myth-making, could be viewed like salt in a wound, or a satiation of something that can never truly be satiated. It gives a comforting context to existence that existence itself doesn't provide. We set ourselves up for failure by basing our idea of life and morality on the imposition, on that edited version, on the satisfying version. Perhaps the only way to stop that unease and dissatisfaction is to stop seeking satisfaction and living life for the delusion that it should or ever will cater to me, which leads very well into the third noble truth. There is a cessation of dukkha, and the fourth noble truth, there is a path leading to the cessation of dukkha, the Eightfold Path. The Eightfold Path is a general set of morality centering around the release and avoidance of craving and desire. Buddhism doesn't have an equivalent to the Bible or Quran, a central text that explains the main story or outlook on devotion, worship, and life. Instead, Buddhism is a vast library of different texts all centering around the Buddhist teachings. Reading all of it, even when it's just the essential texts, is quite the undertaking. The Pali Canon alone is 12,800 pages and around 30 million characters, so almost as long as One Piece essentially. But this is one of the main tenets and core pillars of this insanely wide-spanning religion. The Eightfold Path was invented by the Buddha after his enlightenment, not to be confused with this enlightenment. His path to enlightenment began after being shocked from an upbringing of luxury and strong protection from the ills of the world. You see, the man we know as the Buddha was raised as a prince, and his parents didn't want him to be clouded in judgment or run away from the kingdom. So to protect him, they shielded him from things like death, illness, and don't take your dog here hiking signs. Because of this, his view of the world was a very safe and closed off one, but eventually, inevitably, death, illness surrounded him despite these protections. People he would care about would grow old and begin breaking down. Eventually, despite the forced rose-tinted view of life, he came across the poor and suffering in his kingdom. Why does life have so much suffering? Why was he blind to it? It deeply disturbed his life of manufactured peace, and he couldn't then simply just return to it. Instead, after meeting a poor ascetic, he sought a spiritual journey and escaped in the night from his kingdom. It's a bit similar to Moses, honestly. At first, after leaving, he tried a form of asceticism, which is rigorous self-discipline to not indulge in any form of pleasure. This is not to be confused with the modern day, I have to take cold showers, stop talking to women, and run away into the woods to become a Viking mindset. No, asceticism is about truly divulging from pleasures and vanity. Barely eating, no material possessions, for 6 years, the Buddha tried this with heavy meditation, but by the end, he just grew near death from starvation, and he didn't feel any closer to solving the root problem of suffering. If only there was some kind of middle way between endless hedonism and self-flagellation and punishment disguised as virtue. And that's what he made, the middle way, the enlightened centrist of feeling without the pretentiousness. With the needs of the body, one should not heavily indulge in something, but also not never indulge in something. This seems incredibly simple, but was quite counter to the narrative around him with ascetics and was paired with his later teachings of the Eightfold Path. Now, finally, what is the Eightfold Path? Reading from the official Buddhist monastery's website, it is 1. The right view. Understand life's impermanence and the root of suffering to gain deeper insight. 2. Right intention. Cultivate thoughts of compassion, kindness, and renunciation. 3. Right speech. Speak truthfully, kindly, and avoid gossip or harmful words. 4. Right action. Act ethically and responsibly. Avoid harming others. 5. Right livelihood. Choose work that aligns with compassion and does not cause harm. 6. Right effort. Commit to positive habits while letting go of unwholesome ones. 7. Right mindfulness. Stay fully present within your body, emotions, and thoughts. 8. Right concentration. Develop deep focus and meditative stillness for clarity and peace. Recognizing the Four Noble Truths, living the Eightfold Path, practicing like this leads to enlightenment. Buddha actually means enlightened one. The Buddha practiced and lived by this example of mindset and philosophy until he reached such a point where he ended the desire for craving. He achieved the third and fourth noble truth and achieved nirvana. Nirvana is more than just a fantastic grunge band. It's a state of being that arises when a person detaches completely from desire, detaches from earthly material wants. It is the end point of the Eightfold Path, the goal of the Eightfold Path, and what an enlightened individual wishes to achieve. It's also what Kurt named the band after. You are still under the body's needs, but there is no need for self-flagellation, and there is no need for external material pleasures, needing anything to feel complete. Through doing this, one negates suffering. By eliminating what causes it, achieves true peace. So why did I just do a large summary of samsara and Buddha's story just now, especially as someone who's not actually religious? Well, let me go cocoa bananas for a second, as I often do. If the universe is one big ship of Theseus, when matter is constantly forming consciousness, the universe perceiving its own reality through senses, then dying, then reforming, recycling itself, then the Buddhists were in a sense completely right, where material reality, or samsara, is a never-ending loop of matter changing into states of being, conscious and unconscious, in different ways. The universe being self-aware about itself, just as I'm self-aware of myself writing this line. The self, or in Buddhism the anatta, causes pain because it clings onto the temporary state of consciousness in order to protect itself, when it knows it's temporary and would be in less pain to accept what it is and will be. We cling to permanence in an impermanent reality. The Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path is really about acceptance of life, of what life is, and what our relationship with pain is. It's not just knowledge, it's a process, it's a practice, and much like morality, it's really hard. I would be better if I lived with it, and it's true, and it's really hard. Truth like this conflicts with the emotional reality I as an individual live in, and I only get more reinforced into that reality the older I get. One could even view the most ego-driven point as the medium of one's life, the middle, between birth and death, as they are the furthest in time from both sides of non-existence, and therefore would likely be the most concerned about the self. This is a likely reason why people have midlife crises. You are in the typical middle of life, not with the naivete of youth or the jadedness of age, and yet you still feel unfulfilled in some way. This is because we base the meaning of life on the impermanence of a permanent reality, much like our satisfying fictional endings to soothe the unsatisfying poetry we live in. We imagine the plate will forever be in freefall and not hit the ground. The material matter that makes me up has existed long before me and will exist long after me. It's an insult to my ego to confront this fact, my individuality being made up of such a large whole, with a history and a future devoid of what I think of me, completely engulfing all society and myself has built up in me. Buddhism, unlike other philosophies, does not cater to ego. Everything about Buddhism is an insult and perfect rap, bar for bar diss track against my ego, and it goes too hard. It's too brutal in its lyricism. It makes me think of things that I and society tries desperately not to think about. For example, something that scared me up until recently was the visual image of, okay, this is going to be gross, if you're squeamish, skip to this time frame, the visual image of vultures and worms eating my corpse. Yes, I'm fun at parties, by the way. The image just seems beastly, unkempt, and unnatural, even though it isn't. Its specific context is probably not going to happen, but the vague details are inevitable and expected. My body is going to rot and will in one way or another be consumed by the contents of Earth over time. And it scares me. And in a bird's eye view, pun intended, it really shouldn't. Isn't it kind of, in a sense, egotistical that throughout my life I've eaten and digested the dead, but when it comes to my turn, I vainly view myself as being more important or in some sense of difference?
Yeah,
This is where Buddhism clocks my ass in its unsoothing true lyricism. I engage in the natural cycle daily, yet recoil at the thought of participating in it when the roles are reversed. This is my ego. I'm viewing myself as different, and this entitlement brings me dissatisfaction because I know I'm not entitled to be different from that which I eat. I just want to be. People have kissed this body. I kind of like this body. I preserve this body. Sometimes. And I don't want to disregard the sanctity I've built up with showers, working out, sex, swimming, and sleep. But when I say I truly feel gutted at the natural disregard of everything it is, it's not really that. The cleaning and building up of my body's potential only to be knocked down at the end slowly as I lose myself. I mean, I don't cry when ice changes to water. No! Fuck! Keep going! Rage before the dying of the light, motherfucker! I don't care when trees fall down or when I see flies get caught in a web, which is actually one of the most casually horrifying things you can briefly witness. Can you imagine being a fly? Can you imagine being born out of a carcass of some dead deer or some neglected garbage, waking up surrounded by hundreds of your brothers and sisters, riveling around, eating up the rotten flesh of that growing cold body, growing and changing at a rapid rate because of how short your lifespan is, sprouting wings only to use them wandering the world looking for more little bits these giant creatures have left, shitting, dying, neglecting, so you can vomit on it, sucking up all they have left to offer, and while searching, you get caught on this one thing you can't get out of. It's sticky, and the more you struggle, the more you get caught in it, and then a terrifying, unfamiliar, larger-than-you insect that wraps you in the sticky material, cocoons you in it, slowly eating you alive, sometimes with paralyzing venom, born in decay, ending in paralysis. Everyday bits of existence itself.
Haven't even finished digging this temple, but they're already salivating about another big memorial complex nearby. They found a hint to its location on the wall they're digging now, and they want our help locating the place. The professor in charge says he wants us to find a safe box with some old manuscripts from his colleague somewhere in Elamir. I guess that colleague is in evacuation now, but was so excited to hear about the discovery that he doesn't mind his safe being broken into. I guess he also won't mind an insurance rainfall later on. Anywho, can you drive over there and find the safe?
Clean up. Deliver the semi-trunk from the port to the lab. Where to where? Oh. Yeah, I'll do it. Praise the sun. Same route. And I think what I'm gonna do is use the this one. Pero ¿Dónde está este? Same shit. Let's see where it takes us. Let's just go. And now, let me go back to this.
and run away into the woods to become a Viking mindset. No, asceticism is about truly divulging from pleasures and vanity. Barely eating, no material possessions, for 6 years. The Buddha tried this with heavy meditation, but by the end, he just grew near death from starvation, and he didn't feel any closer to solving the root problem of suffering. If only there was some kind of middle way between endless hedonism and self-flagellation and punishment disguised as virtue. And that's what he made, the middle way, the enlightened centrist of feeling without the pretentiousness. With the needs of the body, one should not heavily indulge in something, but also not never indulge in something. This seems incredibly simple, but was quite counter to the narrative around him with ascetics and was paired with his later teachings of the Eightfold Path. Now, finally, what is the Eightfold Path? Reading from the official Buddhist monastery's website, it is 1. The right view. Understand life's impermanence and the root of suffering to gain deeper insight. 2. Right intention. Cultivate thoughts of compassion, kindness, and renunciation. 3. Right speech. Speak truthfully, kindly, and avoid gossip or harmful words. 4. Right action. Act ethically and responsibly. Avoid harming others. 5. Right livelihood. Choose work that aligns with compassion and does not cause harm. 6. Right effort. Commit to positive habits while letting go of unwholesome ones. 7. Right mindfulness. Stay fully present within your body, emotions, and thoughts. 8. Right concentration. Develop deep focus and meditative stillness for clarity and peace. Recognizing the Four Noble Truths, living the Eightfold Path, practicing like this leads to enlightenment. Buddha actually means enlightened one. The Buddha practiced and lived by this example of mindset and philosophy until he reached such a point where he ended the desire for craving. He achieved the third and fourth noble truth and achieved nirvana. Nirvana is more than just a fantastic grunge band. It's a state of being that arises when a person detaches completely from desire, detaches from earthly material wants. It is the end point of the Eightfold Path, the goal of the Eightfold Path, and what an enlightened individual wishes to achieve. It's also what Kurt named the band after. You are still under the body's needs, but there is no need for self-flagellation, and there is no need for external material pleasures, needing anything to feel complete. Through doing this, one negates suffering. By eliminating what causes it, achieves true peace. So why did I just do a large summary of samsara and Buddha's story just now, especially as someone who's not actually religious? Well, let me go cocoa bananas for a second, as I often do. If the universe is one big ship of Theseus, when matter is constantly forming consciousness, the universe perceiving its own reality through senses, then dying, then reforming, recycling itself, then the Buddhists were in a sense completely right, where material reality, or samsara, is a never-ending loop of matter changing into states of being, conscious and unconscious in different ways. The universe being self-aware about itself, just as I'm self-aware of myself writing this line. The self, or in Buddhism the anatta, causes pain because it clings onto the temporary state of consciousness in order to protect itself, when it knows it's temporary and would be in less pain to accept what it is and will be. We cling to permanence in an impermanent reality. The Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path is really about acceptance of life, of what life is, and what our relationship with pain is. It's not just knowledge, it's a process, it's a practice, and much like morality, it's really hard. I would be better if I lived with it, and it's true, and it's really hard. Truth like this conflicts with the emotional reality I as an individual live in, and I only get more reinforced into that reality the older I get. One could even view the most ego-driven point as the medium of one's life, the middle, between birth and death, as they are the furthest in time from both sides of non-existence, and therefore would likely be the most concerned about the self. This is a likely reason why people have midlife crises. You are in the typical middle of life, not with the naivete of youth or the jadedness of age, and yet you still feel unfulfilled in some way. This is because we base the meaning of life on the impermanence of a permanent reality, much like our satisfying fictional endings to soothe the unsatisfying poetry we live in. We imagine the plate will forever be in freefall and not hit the ground. The material matter that makes me up has existed long before me and will exist long after me. It's an insult to my ego to confront this fact, my individuality being made up of such a large whole, with a history and a future devoid of what I think of me, completely engulfing all society and myself has built up in me. Buddhism, unlike other philosophies, does not cater to ego. Everything about Buddhism is an insult and perfect rap, bar for bar diss track against my ego, and it goes too hard. It's too brutal in its lyricism. It makes me think of things that I and society tries desperately not to think about. For example, something that scared me up until recently was the visual image of... Okay, this is going to be gross. If you're squeamish, skip to this time frame. The visual image of vultures and worms eating my corpse. Yes, I'm fun at parties, by the way. The image just seems beastly, unkempt, and unnatural, even though it isn't. Its specific context is probably not going to happen, but the vague details are inevitable and expected. My body is going to rot and will in one way or another be consumed by the contents of Earth over time. And it scares me. And in a bird's eye view, pun intended, it really shouldn't. Isn't it kind of, in a sense, egotistical that throughout my life I've eaten and digested the dead, but when it comes to my turn, I vainly view myself as being more important or in some sense of difference? This is where Buddhism clocks my ass in its unsoothing true lyricism. I engage in the natural cycle daily, yet recoil at the thought of participating in it when the roles are reversed. This is my ego. I'm viewing myself as different, and this entitlement brings me dissatisfaction because I know I'm not entitled to be different from that which I eat. I just want to be. People have kissed this body. I kind of like this body. I preserve this body. Sometimes. And I don't want to disregard the sanctity I've built up with showers, working out, sex, swimming, and sleep. But when I say I truly feel gutted at the natural disregard of everything it is, it's not really that. The cleaning and building up of my body's potential only to be knocked down at the end slowly as I lose myself. I mean, I don't cry when ice changes to water. No! Fuck! Keep going! Rage before the dying of the light, motherfucker! I don't care when trees fall down or when I see flies get caught in a web, which is actually one of the most casually horrifying things you can briefly witness. Can you imagine being a fly? Can you imagine being born out of a carcass of some dead deer or some neglected garbage, waking up, surrounded by hundreds of your brothers and sisters, riveling around, eating up the rotten flesh of that growing cold body, growing and changing at a rapid...
I'm only looking at the satellite picture and I'm still impressed. Didn't know what to expect when I read Solar Radiance Lab on the map, but it certainly wasn't this. And to think you're bringing this back to life. I envy you again. Honestly, for starters, you only need to clear out all the debris, but still, this place is really something.
Pull it. Come on, quickly. Ahí está. Vamos. So, clean up this shit. Okay, well, I'm already here, so might as well. Pull, what is it? Track, clear. Solar Radiance Lab. You've done it! Now the solar station's lighting up the whole region once again, but now we need to focus on the facility located right in the middle of the desert, Solar Radiance Lab. First, let's clear the debris from its premises. Who knows, the scientists might have been on the brink of a breakthrough, so we better let them back to work as soon as possible. Ay, sí, a ver si compro. Ay. Wait. ¿Cómo se llama el otro grandote? Dozer. 25,000. 5 meters. Hey, looks cool, huh? No step, they said. Wow, so detailed. Emergency. by. Yes. And then I'm gonna call it to me. Garage.
Rate because of how short your lifespan is, sprouting wings only to use them wandering the world looking for more little bits these giant creatures have left, shitting, dying, neglecting, so you can vomit on it, sucking up all they have left to offer, and while searching, you get caught on this one thing you can't get out of. It's sticky, and the more you struggle, the more you get caught in it, and then a terrifying, unfamiliar, larger-than-you insect that wraps you in the sticky material, cocoons you in it, slowly eating you alive, sometimes with paralyzing venom. Born in decay, ending in paralysis. Everyday bits of existence itself is more terrifying than any horror movie, I'm telling you. But yes, even that is not what guts me. It's the fear that there's nothing more here than the natural process. I'm stuck in this body, on this planet, living out a script. Everyone with me, everyone before me, and everyone after me is living out. All I can do is just enjoy the ride and be grateful it wasn't something worse, because this is as good as it gets. This is all it is. This is samsara, this is wanting, this is losing, this is samsara. Personally, deep down, no matter what I'm doing, no matter what stage of life I'm in, no matter what I believe in that moment, I'm always yearning for there to be something more than this cycle, wondering if I could ever get there, and hoping that maybe, if not me, my descendants can escape the cycle we're trapped in, because it does feel like that sometimes. We're trapped, almost like the fly. Born into a cycle without volition, under constraints of a failing body, forced to live out its sentence, and comprehension of that failing body in contrast with the fly hurting more than if I didn't know, half wishing for the cluelessness of my situation. Is existential dread actually just the universe comprehending itself and not liking what it sees? Self-awareness we were never actually supposed to reach? Am I stuck in an existential web, and the more I struggle with it and try to get out, the more paralyzing and caught I become, realizing that there's no escape until I stop struggling and accept my fate as my own body fails me, as it always was destined to, as it inevitably would be regardless? Nah, I get to get head, eat gummy bears, boogie down, and play Doom, but it does still hurt sometimes. I can vaguely see my future. I have a rough estimate of when I'm not going to be here. I'm self-conscious when just trying to enjoy myself, feeling like I'm constantly wasting time because I'm always aware of that image of my body decaying and my limited time to have it. Sometimes I become so focused on death, it's like I can't live. The fear of wasting time makes me waste time worrying about it. I look up videos of people who've passed away talking about death, always offhandedly hoping there's some little bit of wisdom that will make me feel okay about letting go of all of this, and my heart stopping and brain death as I slip into oblivion. I ask everyone I know about what they believe and why they believe it. I try every perspective I can, whether I believe it or I don't. It's not that I'm open-minded, it's that I'm passively desperate. Because can you actually imagine what that will feel like in those last few moments before the great unknown that you once knew? Paralysis. You lose the ability to speak, everything you've grown accustomed to failing, your body itself preparing to die, left with nothing but the realization that this is it. You're aware of yourself and who you are slipping. You can feel the last of those beats you've always taken for granted. Fragmented memories start playing from random points in your lifetime. Someone you can't recognize anymore holds your hand, and you forget what's even happening. Or maybe you die skiing down a giant hill, hitting a tree. Or maybe you die getting electrocuted in water. Or maybe you die getting stabbed repeatedly in an alley by a stranger with a Wiimote. The horror isn't just in dying, it's in realizing that death is so ordinary. It's not some great tragedy. Your death would probably matter as much as your life to the general public's consciousness. As in, not very much. To the vultures and the worms in this scenario I've made, I'm providing them sustenance to live. And they're not really thinking about it much. My body and corpse is just another food source for them. There is no great evil here. It's just the natural cycle I have to come to terms with, even though I don't want to. This is an example of dukkha. Again, it doesn't have a single one-word English translation, but the closest would be suffering, dissatisfaction, or unease, and it refers to the more general inherent dissatisfaction that arises from attachment, desire, and our perception of separation from the natural flow of life. The ego creates dukkha by viewing itself as outside of samsara, if that makes any sense. And that's actually a product of samsara. I want my cake and I want to eat it too. I want to participate in endless cycles while being exempt from being in one. I want never-ending reinforcement of my existence in the senses. I want endless validation from the universe and my fellow man. If I have to bargain, I want a legacy, at least. My death should be egotistically treated differently from what I know it is. Or put very eloquently and sequently by people much wiser, everybody wants to go to heaven, but no one wants to die. Everyone accepts death around them, but shields their eyes and can't accept their own. The people they care about. That's why it is truly so revered and respected when someone can overcome this, no longer fear the inevitable, because it will happen. This causes me immense suffering with an answer plainly in view, to let go of the ego and accept myself as part of the natural cycle, which is very hard to do, especially in the society we live in. But that misses that it is hard regardless. Bathing myself in an overstacked supply of Buddhist phrases and teachings won't make my father's eventual funeral hurt any less. There is no pleasure, only unconforming, unusual closure. Facing samsara as a concept, unlike Buddhism as a whole, isn't a diss track. It's like walking into a room and wondering why you're there, and then realizing your life is walking into rooms and wondering why you're there. It's like trying to stop day from turning to night for fear of the dark, growing more upset because with our attention spans decreasing and our digital products becoming more addictive, it's hard to view the internet in a bird's eye view, or see components of it that aren't those in-your-face qualities. We often view it as a place of new information, of current information, of breaking information, the casino roulette wheel of whatever will be the next thing, missing out that it is also fundamentally an archive of information, a library, the greatest library, the strangest library. Our brains like and are attracted to the quickness and surprise of information, the what will be of what we see. So that is how it stays and is thought of in our subconsciousness, but it is not what it is. The algorithm pushes new information, but there are backlogs of buried channels and profiles. Sometimes, rarely, they get recommended. I had a random decade-old video of a teenager with a brain tumor recommended recently. In the video, she's exclaiming that while she's finding it hard to speak due to her new medication and finding it hard to balance when walking, she believes that she is going to get better, and this is just the pain before the improvement. There is tears in her eyes as she says this. Her parents announced her passing a few videos later. Seeing kids that get cancer upload vlogs, video by video getting worse and worse with the process, then post-mortem me retrospectively looking back on it as a chronological set of events, and then seeing a video where the parents speak about the kid after they passed, trying to come to terms with all that's happened, if they ever can. Me, again, not knowing anything about these people beforehand, just stumbling onto it, but having such a private, intimate look at an absolute tragedy in their family. It's heartbreaking. What a strange thing to be able to not just witness, but have randomly recommended. Should I even be able to witness something like this? Regardless, it's going to keep happening. Not exactly like this, obviously, but with a similar framework. It hasn't started properly yet, but the internet will be filled with stories like this, profiles like this. As our generation grows up and the next one takes our place and we slowly die off, our childhoods won't be just intertwined with media, but are in memoriams tied with these platforms. The dead internet as a descriptive term of contemporary culture and traffic will not just be describing active bots, but a collection of isolated, personal cemeteries. There will be inactive, but ever-present, not tombstones, but frozen glimpses into who we were. Slideshows of what we stood for, the parts we showed of ourselves, that become who we were as a method of proof that we ever were. The account you're watching this on, the account I've uploaded this on, all a collection of data that will likely outlive both of us. In my 50s, I'm going to think back to middle school friends I haven't spoken to in 30 years, and odds are one of them will likely be dead, but I'll still have access to photos of them, how their life went, what they cared about, Instagram highlights of them getting fucking muffins, getting wasted, running marathons, having kids and shit. And I can just view their entire life like an edit, a digital scrapbook at any point viewable for me. I might be the guy someone is remembering post-mortem, with them being like, oh, I wonder what Julius has been up to, and then going, oh shit, he's gone, and they're just left with this channel, this video, as I'm speculating them speculating that very thing, remembering me, and being left with this weird digital archive filled with advertisements before, to the right-hand side, and afterwards, whether I want them to or not, my very memory being turned into another thing in the attention economy, to be swallowed and forgotten about. Point being, all of this is an archive of our lives. We don't view it that way in the moment, but it is that way. When we think of digital footprints, it's almost always in the boogeyman sense. Companies, agencies, cookies, hackers keeping tracks of private information, what kind of geeky porn you watch, your medical worries, purchasing habits, what products you like, or its parents, elders, and teachers warning against leaving a notable digital footprint. Don't say X political statement, don't be risque or against the grain, what if a future employer were to see such a thing, do you want this connected to you? Endless etc. etceteras. But a digital footprint, divorced from how we speak of a digital footprint, really is the sum total of all your decisions online, from potentially something as large as creating a new platform, a political movement, posting something that is risque or against the grain, to simply clicking like and viewing a video or lurking on a forum. Even by watching this, you've impacted the YouTube landscape even in a minuscule way, and left a tiny footprint of watch history, personal choice, and recommendation, from each minuscule action over time, one after another. This is our long digital footprint, but what is again missed out on is that a digital footprint ends. There is a long string that eventually stops after a point, revealing a scattered, line-to-line, never-finished portrait of someone who was here at some point. Maybe it ends with some self-aware, conscious, grandiose statement that it is the end, or maybe it comes out of the blue and just abruptly stops. Either way, that footprint will be left, and sand, dirt, and cement will cover it over time, but its effects will live on. And if you were vocal enough, spoke enough, were here enough, spectators might one day find it and wonder who you were as a person, when you could still ponder about such a thing. For me, it's this ghost of a girl crying while smiling, thinking she's gonna get better when she dies a few weeks later. When you think about things like this, trivial celebrity gossip, tiny issues like waking up on the wrong side of the bed, missing a train, bad weather, it does feel like an insult to care about in comparison. And a blessing. The fact that we have so little occupying our brains, it can be filled with he said, she said, instead of last will and testaments and the consciousness of such a thing. This is a tightrope. There is a fine balance in being thankful for having pain in comparison to feeling nothing at all, in comparison to death, and the unhealthy extreme of experiencing Stockholm Syndrome with the idea of trauma and pain itself, romanticizing the shittiness as if you should be grateful you got anything at all. This is exemplified by death. This is the case that is never closed or well stated. Death is the breaking point in human psychology that all idealism has to adapt around, and fails to do so. It breaks apart the myth-making of fairness, of competition, of strategy. Everyone you hate politically, everyone who ever pissed you off, your exes, your crushes, your family friends, the people you thought were annoying, the people you thought were cool, the people you thought didn't deserve more time, the people you think did deserve more time, the people you've forgotten about. Everyone's inner monologue eventually goes silent. Everyone gets forgotten or misremembered. None of us win. It's not in the cards for us. We are all going to die. It's not really survival of the fittest. It's just survival. And if you don't acknowledge that fact, if you don't have it a part of consciousness, even compartmentalized, you are going to meet the end very painfully. Something much more than physicality or brutality or the endless loss of all that we've gained. Regardless of cause of death, not acknowledging what is inevitable makes when it comes feel blindsiding in a way it shouldn't. We have the gift of foresight and we use it to avoid that which we can see. Everyone becomes ugly. Everyone loses the ability to speak. We are in the process of dying right now. You can rage against the dying of light while acknowledging and accepting that at some point it will go out. It's not mutually exclusive. I don't like passive acceptance, but I will deny denial. I am going to die. It is going to happen. Hanging on to the endless vapor of material pleasures as if it's indefinite, you live a hallucination through senses, more than the body already is, that will always fade. You will not see death discussed very much in life. You will see depictions of grief, you will see reactions to events, you will see discussions of an afterlife, you will see endless shots of people sitting with an empty expression on their face at a kitchen table, but you will hardly ever see people confront their own mortality in a way of acceptance or meditated inevitability. you will see people ask questions around a definitive answer that everybody knows. The judgment I am giving is very general and unless specified, admittedly unfair. It's a different story within the different stages of life. If you're getting wasted at 22 partying, not thinking about death, that's very different to 42. I don't expect a teenager to have mastered his ego and accepted his mortality, but the longing that can't ever be fulfilled should be confronted whenever someone is ready to. The endless, beautiful, genius-constructed lie we tell ourselves till death is once I get this thing, I'll be happy. Once I get this girl or boy, I'll be happy. Once I drink this drink, even temporarily, I will be happy. And it never ever works. A materialist might say it's the hedonic treadmill. A Buddhist might say it's seeing craving as salvation. A Christian looking at our reflection when we should be looking at God. But the outcome and conclusion is the same. We are not happy indefinitely, and we never will be. So we must accept that as we accept our end. And I know this sounds basic, which it is, but often the things that are the most basic need the loudest reminder and need to be at the front of our daily consciousness. Look at morality. We all know within ourselves not to be rude, cruel, or condescending, and yet often we are rude, cruel, and condescending. It's no great sin that needs atonement, but it's a fault that we all see in each other and still do nonetheless. Often we can think to ourselves, look at these people, so vapid in their consumption, so thoughtless in their action, so uncaring in their time, viewing morality or personal choice and freedom as a competition of virtue. And ironically, quite often despite this, we still judge ourselves on these things or do these things subconsciously as well, all the time. We're just not as concerned or frequent as someone else. There will always be someone worse or better than you. You can endlessly chastise or feel good about yourself. It is the example of courage and kindness that matters so much more than the speculation of it. It is the meditation of what it means to let go that matters much more than the offhand knowledge that one day you will. Without practice, what use is the knowledge? Not only is it a skill that needs constant usage, but it's also a skill that you will never fully learn or master. Childishly, impulsively, throwing something against a wall in anger or boredom is not happiness. It's an expression of impulse, a desire to be recognized, to express frustration and have reality tangibly react to it. Consumerism is the constant option to throw something against the wall, to be recognized by reality, and then to be rewarded for doing such. It has been set up in such a way that you will have its desires, even if you don't want to. So much of the foundation of how we connect interpersonally, how we view achievement within ourselves, is within the backdrop and setting of our consumeristic society. The contemporary normal life is one littered with bright neon signs, product placement, wasted plastic, and the forgettable moments waiting to skip an ad, constantly catering everything it has to me, and yet still feeling absolutely impersonable. Marketing slogans and descriptions enticingly written like a personal handwritten love letter, with me and the product after purchase discarded like a used condom. There's a lie at the bottom of every great marketing slogan, of every glamorous advertisement filled with models, of the do's and don'ts of self-help charlatans, of the chatbots that flood search engines congratulating you for searching up how to tie your shoelaces. The lie that it cares about you. That the people who bend over backwards, catering their products to your every need and desire so you feel all warm and cozy, have any regard for your well-being. It's not the fact that these fuckers at the top of these companies would see you dying on the sidewalk and they wouldn't care enough about you to even watch. It's not the fact that they've since birth trained you to put all your self-worth and value in being a good little grindset mindset bootlicker for their private interests. These values, these wants, these desires, did they actually come from your visceral life experience? Or the self-guilt into being brought into a well-oiled machine that pays no attention to you if you don't get in line? Why the fuck do you care about what watch you have or what car you drive? It's not the fact that they've conditioned you to accept it's natural for us to just walk past those slowly dying on the sidewalk. It's the fact that you are completely immaterial to all of these things and they won't actually bring you happiness. That's why it's got to be beaten into you. That's why there's so much fucking guilt around it. That's why there's advertising in everything you see all the time. That's why when we all get these things, after the rush is over, it all means nothing to us, because our contemporary society is built into us, meaning that doesn't last, so it can sell the next thing. A satisfied customer, a satisfied citizen, is one that can't be marketed to or sold. It wants you hating yourself. It wants you to feel like you've endlessly won or lost some great infinite thing. What it does not want is your desires to be external to it. What it does not want is you to be detached from the ego it will eternally feed. What it does not want is you thinking beyond these desires to better ones that can build something sustainable, renewable, and reliable. Not the planned obsolescence rat race of endlessly consuming shit, not the brain fog apathy of placidly trying to make it one more day, but the resilience to know that a better world is possible, much different than the one we live in, and the fact that there are so many of us who are going to try to the last bated breath to achieve it. The tiniest act of breaking free from this is a victory. It is an upward climb, but there are so many of us growing every day, everywhere, that it won't slow down. For a long time, I was off-put by Eastern philosophy, absent-mindedly waving it away as becoming passive to the pain of the world, making personal escape look peaceful and free-thinking, but subconsciously, quite literally, absent-mindedly, becoming the perfect model citizen who will accept any condition or situation, no matter how unfair or oppressive, escaping collectively into individual salvation, far from the material reality, hurting those who still care about it. Not to mention the caste system and other fucked up hierarchies that inherently disgust me, but a close friend guided me into thinking about it much differently, combining the resignation of Buddhism with Vedic pragmatism. Essentially, raising your consciousness to a higher level beyond the default desires of a body or the marketing you've had all your life, detaching from letting it be your values, eventually creating your own desires. Not escaping thinking or caring, but choosing what to truly think and care about through careful meditation and reading with heavy introspection and attunement. I do not wish to achieve nirvana. I want to detach from what I desire and through meditation choose what I desire. Once you stop viewing yourself through these things, once you detach the ego from what you've been hardwired to desire, that is the beginning of being free in choice, because you begin viewing existence free from simply the shackles of fulfilling the body or expectation. You can have anger, you can have lust, you can have happiness, you can have this body, you can have material possessions, you can have these things, but they are not you. When most people think of ego death, it is the process of tripping too much on some psychedelic, going far off the boat and not knowing where you've ended up, experiencing something out of body and having it change how you view yourself in a sort of disillusionment with identity. This is a form of ego death. This is a process and a method, but not the idea itself. Personally, I am not a druggie. I don't partake in psychedelics, not my kind of thing. If you're into that, go ahead, more power to you. But it's not what I'm talking about or referencing specifically when I mention ego death. It may be the process that leads to it, but again, it is not the thing itself. I want to get very concrete and definitive. The idea of ego death is to stop viewing life as this body and for this body. The pure idea of the concept, regardless of the framework or lead-up, is something that rips the veneer of the self down until an individual questions their self-centered way of viewing reality and detaches their need of external or internal validation. Truly, I would say it's a process as well as an event. The first time an individual looks at the stars and comprehends how small they are, it's almost like the first step in realizing how frivolous it is to view this body as truth, or this body as something grander than that which surrounds it. The second, I would say, is the realization of mortality. The fact we all eventually meet our fates, brought in usually by the first time someone we love passes away. The first time it really hits us, it will be us someday. The moment it hits us, that it's already slowly happening. There is no real off switch or moment of true pause. The fact all these people you've read about in history, all the past generations, have done the same cycle. The endless cycle. The third is usually in the modern life we find ourselves in, the mundanity. The fact that we are spending so much of this doing things that are repetitive, predictable, and repetitive and predictable, much like repeating a part of a sentence. When you think of mundane, you're probably thinking of the grey, claustrophobic, cramped office space, the repetitive, simple, boring actions of laundry, the dopamine high of a predictable, almost clinical orgasm, the slow build of annoyance of going through all of these things just once, the overwhelming, quiet frustration of doing it as an almost routine. The mundanity is the predictability of how this certain event or thing doesn't fulfill me or my ego. That's the mundane aspect, not the process or thing itself, but the element that does not cater to me. This leads to the fourth, which is selfless beauty, goodness, or plain witnessing, which is one of the most important, always the most overlooked, and the one we begrudgingly admit to. Now, when I mention beauty, I'm not here to argue if there is or is not objective beauty. I personally believe it is a subjective opinion through senses, but it's neither here nor there. Regardless of a person's conception of beauty or goodness, they likely would admit there is an element of it, there are examples of it, completely detached from themselves. As in, there is so much outside the self that doesn't need self-aggrandizement.
Now that the entrance to the lab is clear, all thanks to you, it's time to get some materials in. You don't really need to bring them on your own, though. Just plan a route for our trucks from the concrete plant. Oh, and the lab's piping system needs a little repair. Just a few valves that need installing. No biggie. Good job so far. Here's a new addition to your to-do list. It's a bit tricky, but what's easy in this life, right? Apart from that bet I just won, all thanks to you. All you need to do is install some relay stations exactly in the marked spots. Not a challenge to an expert of your caliber, I think.
One-time solar radiance lab. Well, I don't know if this is gonna work, but... Oh. Fuck. How are we gonna cross that? God damn it. Pero ni siquiera sé a dónde iba, bro. A ver. Is it like, a ver. Hello? 7 5 6 6. Okay. Well. Concrete facility. No, creo que todavía no voy a poder hacer eso. Or it's more like I don't want to right now. Hold on.
aggrandizement or follow desire, something that is sort of intrinsic to a thing, seeing beauty without it having anything to do with me, just witnessing whatever subject in its pure essence. This is in contrast to how we have built our society and the intrinsic solipsistic nature of having a body. Everything about experience validates that I am the most important thing. I see things from my point of view. Things happen to me. I heard about this. Here's what I think. Here's how this makes me feel. Here's how I see this. From birth, this is also drilled into us. The way a parent clutches and rocks you as a baby as if they hold the world in their hands, because they practically are your world and you are theirs. The way education builds up in a student a personalized bureaucratic buffet of interests and hobbies and understanding of history and life. None of this is inherently bad, but this has been put on steroids with our consumeristic society, and this has been put on experimental, not ever fit for public consumption steroids with social media. The universe does not need reinforcement or even acknowledgement. Ego does. It cannot survive, if you can even call it that, without it. When you fulfill the ego, it just validates the temporary, making a momentary feeling seem like an eternal truth, constantly reaffirming that temporary feeling again and again, when real truth doesn't need affirmation or even witnessing. The egotistical way to view existence is that it is a thing that happens to me, and the selfless way is that it is an experience I get to witness and participate in. This difference in mindset may seem minuscule, but its consequence is exponential. Rather than viewing life as a thing I must do and cater to myself, it becomes a thing to witness and study. Tiny moments that were otherwise boring become fascinating. Daily grandiosity, the sun rays bursting through the clouds, the enormous stretch of grass beneath my feet, to the unnoticed trivialities, like the way that momentum forces clothes in the dryer to go round and round, the ants below me, their conundrum looking up at me, the wind slowly drying clothes on the line, thinking about how our ancestors studied the natural elements and made methods around them, like the one I'm participating in. Rather than just doing a task, you're observing the things around it. Rather than just talking to a person to fulfill something, to get something, to achieve something, their presence is enough. Beyond tasks, the detachment of ego translates to how we treat other people as well. How often in life when someone passes away do we think, if only I had one more conversation with them, if only I could tell them the way they make me feel, if only I had paid more attention, if only I hadn't rushed aside them to gratify something in my life. Do not allow yourself to have this regret. Be present with people, taking actual interest in what they say, with no expectation of reward or validation. When you stop viewing life as something that needs to cater to you, the moments that don't matter hold as much weight as the moments that do. I still like getting head, I still like playing Doom, and you know I like boogieing down, but I do not live my life for getting head and playing Doom and boogieing down, nor do I view myself as these things. I am not my birth, I am not my death, I am not my Call of Duty killstreak. I'm not even these videos or this channel. I am not all the things in between birth and death. After going through this process of seeing so much outside the ego, when we've built our societies and lives around it, an individual can go through a hollowness in participating in any of it. Like I said, while it can be a process, it can be an event as well, and the process often leads to an event. The dark night of the soul is a spiritual term made by St. John of the Cross. While it is related and originates from Christian mysticism, it can be applied more generally to spirituality and often is. It comes from a poem he wrote about his own spiritual crisis and coming out the other side. He was a reformist of the Carmelite order, and for this he was imprisoned by his brothers for 9 months. For 9 months he was put in a cell with little light, food, or company, stripped of earthly pleasures or societal expectations, and left with himself and his thoughts. This was where he did the majority of his writing. This is what made him write The Dark Night of the Soul. The poem is about being disillusioned by life, forgoing any sense of familiarity and making peace with being in the unknown, losing yourself. The last stanza says, "I remained lost in oblivion. My face I reclined on the beloved. All ceased and I abandoned myself, leaving my cares forgotten among the lilies." Saints often dedicate their lives to God in worship, slowly dissolving their identity until all actions and moments are made in service to the Most High, their individuality made into an almost gesture of devotion. Even culturally in Christianity, their uniqueness becomes a symbol for absolute servitude. Mary MacKillop's orphanage, Ignatius leaving his life of luxury, Joan of Arc being burned alive for her faith, St. John going through a transformative darkness that on the other side gave him the liberation of new purpose, the personal trial of trying to see through the darkest night and coming out with a clearer vision and purpose. Similar popular idioms are everywhere. Night is always darkest before the dawn, hope begins in the dark. I'm not here to preach turning to God or anything like that. It's just that this is a good example of detaching from material pleasures for something that is truly meaningful and fulfilling for the individual, realizing the ego is a false, illusory comfort that we desperately try to convince ourselves exists. This video's title is a lie. You can't kill something that ultimately isn't there, that's heart was never beating. There is no ego death because there is no real ego. It's false. It's more so a realization of a mirage you've been telling yourself and had crammed down your throat. That this sensation is truth, that this body is you, that this purpose of life in this body is to validate it. The dark night of the soul is a process of breaking free of that validation. One could argue that I'm cherry-picking different philosophies and religions who have vague conceptual overlap and squeezing them like fruits into my own wild mango mix of thoughts and theories. But this misses out on why I'm doing such a thing. It's because the Buddhists were right and their observation is universal. Dissatisfaction, dukkha, is always going to be the end result regardless of who you are, out of senses. You can't grow something that doesn't exist, just delude yourself that it does. You can't build a house out of sand, and you can't rely on pleasing the ego that is false. You may be thinking, what is the purpose of learning our false ego? How could this be implemented into action? How do I not lose my sanity in the process? Well, we need to build and anchor our lives around something more than ourselves, lest our framework will break and rebuild and break and rebuild to infinity, until it breaks for a final time. If you set someone on fire who has a detached ego, they aren't gonna then think, suffering is but a temporary roadblock in the ever-folding plan of the universe as it flows. They're probably gonna go, "Oh fuck, I'm on fire!" This scenario, as absurd as it is, provides a good lesson on the outcomes of detaching from the false ego. Often outsiders romanticize the practice as a complete detachment from the body, to be stabbed and not feel the blade go in. Have such mastery over emotion, it no longer matters to the body to feel the body. This is a falsehood. In The Perfection of Yoga, Swami put it well by pointing out the fact there is no question of killing desire, for desire is the constant companion of the living entity. Contemporary civilization in its age of Kali, or age of darkness, has actually made it impossible for us to be alone, to be desireless, and to be possessionless. It is what we choose to do with these desires and feelings. That is the practice. That is the real freedom within a body. The most humiliating and empowering thing about a man's actions is the real freedom in how he responds to what happens to him. Do you inflict the same trauma you receive? How do you deal with people you hate and hate you? How do you deal with a body that is slowly dying every day? Our choices, our consciousness, what we desire, this is freedom. Our pain, our feeling, the innate property of desire. This is what we base our choices on. It is the nature of being alive to have desire, and it is our choice to overcome it or let it be something different than fulfilling it indefinitely on a base setting. To the likely question of how does this not lead to a nihilistic outlook, I detach from this and I don't even get a reward. I don't even get to pose in the mirror while putting random quotes on my social media. I instead have to almost exactly not do that. I ask a question in response. Do you view the meaning of life as satisfying yourself and the false ego? Why is life meaningless if it doesn't cater to you as an individual and your gratification? This is again a tightrope argument I'm trying to perform. I know that life shouldn't adhere to man's psychological comforts in a coddling way, because life will eternally disappoint anyone who tries. But where does it, at what point, become justifying and glorifying the horrific parts of life? Where does the measured reaction become obsolete because life's cruelty shouldn't be justified, and man should take pragmatic action against it instead of adapting to it? Well, my foolery was thinking that Eastern philosophy was strictly passive. It's not. The Bhagavad Gita from Vedic texts is about Arjuna, a prince, going to battle, and Krishna, the god, telling him to fight for what he believes in a way that is selfless and for the benefit of others. You have the right to perform your duty, but not the fruits of your actions, or essentially, do what is right and is your duty, but without attachment to the result. He comforts Arjuna by saying to stop looking for comfort. Virtue in Veda is not to become inactive or completely detached, but to become detached from the fruit of a good action, so it does not get in the way of doing good. This is why personally I will never want nirvana. I have the desire to do good, but I must detach from valuing myself egotistically by the result. With this, like most things, it's easier said than done. Aren't we all just hypocrites, knowing that senses are an illusion, knowing that this ego is false, and yet inevitably, even in tiny ways, still trying to feed it? This can be answered through the contemporary famous Buddhist line, first enlightenment, then laundry, which means yes, you reach enlightenment and a different way of thinking, but you still have to do daily chores, you still have to eat, you still have to live within the material world. A detached ego does not mean no more doing the dishwasher, it means you have a different attitude when doing the dishwasher. Overcoming desire does not mean you no longer feel pain, it means you change your reaction to pain. With all this talk of ego death and detachment, it's important to ask, is ego an inherently bad thing in all circumstances? Is an athlete egotistical because he measures himself in skill and achievement? Is it wrong to take pride in one's work, to like the look of a finished product, to cheer for a sports team, To go oorah in a Marine Corps, to start barking like a rabid dog when you see your girlfriend naked for the 400th time. Humility is the answer to these questions. The cleanliness one achieves in a house is not necessarily a vain thing. It can be, oh look how neat my garden is next to neighbor Samantha's, but the practice can also be of health, neatness, and practicality. It can boost morale and productivity. It can be aesthetically pleasing in a way that isn't tied to the gnawing need of satisfaction. The reasoning and assessment behind this is what is important. I can be beautiful, but I am not my beauty. I don't determine my self-worth or the self-worth of others on the observation or expectation of that criteria. If I became ugly, was told I was ugly, or was generally considered by society's standards as ugly, I should not define myself by that. I am not my ugliness. I am not undesirable or desirable because I don't value or evaluate myself by that standard. I like to meet that standard due to cleanliness, general presentability, and impression, but I am not it. I am detached from the result. Nothing defines you if you don't let it. Nothing can defeat you if you don't value yourself by defeat. So the action or innate property is not the problem. The why and assessment of self, i.e. I am my beauty, is the potential problem. Detachment is not only freeing, it can also be healing. Accepting that something did or did not happen, accepting being hurt or that you hurt others, accepting that one event doesn't have to dictate future events. Who you were doesn't have to be who you are. You are a blank canvas, constantly being drawn on and erased. The question is, what do you paint? Now, are all types of attachments wrong? Well, this question is why Vedic texts generally speak to me more than Buddhist texts. Because no matter what I read, I will never be convinced to stop loving my girlfriend or care about my family. Every time I've ever read or tried to be swooned by the song of complete detachment, I end up thinking it's almost training me to forget my humanity, because I care about people, and that is not, and will never be in my eyes, a weakness. Every time I've ever read or tried to be swooned by the song of complete detachment, I end up thinking it's almost training me to forget my humanity, because I care about people, and that is not, and will never be in my eyes, a weakness. Anytime I read about it, true nirvana, I feel like Aang in that episode of Avatar where he has to let go of Katara, sees she's in pain and he's like, fuck this, and tries to help her. The vulnerability of caring about people, if it is the fork in the road of becoming truly free, I will drive down it over and over again until the tires break and I run out of gas. I choose that desire because I value its outcome more than anything else. I want a healthy, happy relationship. I want my family to be in good health. I accept being defined, valued, and vulnerable by desiring this. I let go of the attachment of achieving nirvana because I choose to feel the pain of caring and accept it. Knowing it's a desire that can never truly be fulfilled, I bet on losing dogs, and I always will. I accept that I will let go of you eventually, but I will hold you for as long as I can. So I don't believe the outcome or result of detachment is centering yourself on the disillusionment of all desire itself. But what it does mean is you center yourself on something other than yourself and the usual trappings of the body and senses. You purify your mind to the best of abilities. It does not mean we accept discomfort or allow ourselves to not care about the world. It's that we don't let what hurts us define us or what pleases us. We let our virtue become our guide and our actions as examples, rather than the highs and lows of neurochemistry or description, never accepting what causes us pain, but accepting there will be pain. I am never a finished statement. I am never a satisfied desire. I am never my lowest or highest action. I am what I choose to be. This is something special and personal to me, and I hope you love it as much as I do. It's a poem called The Desiderata. It's only a page long, but is filled with a book of depth. It's what I adored since before I can remember, as it hung up in my grandparents' house. Go placidly amid the noise and haste, and remember what peace there may be in silence. As far as possible, be on good terms with all persons. Speak your truth quietly and clearly, and listen to others, even the dull and ignorant. They too have their story. Avoid loud and aggressive persons. They are vexations to the spirit. If you compare yourself with others, you may become vain and bitter, for always there will be greater and lesser persons than yourself. Enjoy your achievements as well as your plans. Keep interested in your own career, however humble. It is a real possession in the changing fortunes of time. Exercise caution in your business affairs, for the world is full of trickery. But let this not blind you to what virtue there is. Many persons strive for high ideals, and everywhere life is full of heroism. Be yourself. Especially do not feign affection, neither be cynical about love, for in the face of all ardity and disenchantment, it is perennial as the grass. Take kindly the counsel of the years, gracefully surrendering the things of youth. Nurture strength of spirit to shield you in sudden misfortune, but do not distress yourself with imaginings. Many fears are born of fatigue and loneliness. Beyond a wholesome discipline, be gentle with yourself. You are a child of the universe, no less than the trees and the stars. You have a right to be here, and whether or not it is clear to you, no doubt the universe is unfolding as it should. Therefore, be at peace with God, whatever you conceive him to be, and whatever your labors and aspirations in the noisy confusion of life, keep peace with your soul. With all its sham and drudgery and broken dreams, it is still a beautiful world. Be careful, strive to be happy. While I adore every line in this simple masterpiece, I specifically worship the line, "You are a child of the universe, no less than the trees and the stars. You have a right to be here." I think it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever read, and I have read some beautiful things. What a hauntingly comforting line. My admiration of it is strange, because lines similar to it I've heard all my life always annoyed me. Mental health awareness lines like "everybody has inherent value" and "you are enough" were the bane of my childhood. Especially, "you matter." I hated this line. It was a mental health slogan in my time and was such a banal, socially unrealistic, and knowingly or unknowingly ignorant platitude. It was blasted everywhere, on social media, bumper stickers, graffiti. Obviously, I don't have an issue with the line itself. It's a very nice view, and maybe in a brotherhood way I agree. But while the sentiment is nice, when you look around and see people again quietly dying on the sidewalk, you quickly realize even if those quotes are nice, in the tangible day-to-day, some people seem to matter a lot more than others. And by slapping a band-aid socially by saying "you matter," I've always thought of it as forcefully putting a binky to a crying baby. Rather than finding out why the baby is crying, you just want to politely shut it up. Rather than asking why people feel like they don't matter, you just blankly tell them they do. They're still likely going to feel that inner sense of worthlessness, probably even more so because generically trying to lift people up comes off as hollow and infantilizing when reality clashes with that idealized vision. If someone feels disconnected, ignored, or undervalued, the worst thing you can do is give an impersonal, generic affirmation that just feels off with the reality around them. Their experience of whatever trauma, despair, or grief needs a proper dissection. Being reduced to a simple one-size-fits-all solution that solves nothing and everything at the same time, it almost validates their feeling of not mattering in the eyes of their fellow man, that the solution is so impersonal, as if they don't even warrant an argument, discussion, or actual judgment on worth. Even though I, at any point, get to have some amount of choice, life can have moments that, no matter how good your decisions, suck on a level unwritable. You could be murdered and your end reduction will be a nameless victim in one of those true crime videos people put on as they drift off to sleep. You can do everything right and still lose. That is not a weakness, that is life. I'd like to make an amendment to this brilliant Star Trek quote. You can do everything right and you will lose. This is the final...
This is the final link in the local power grid. Once you install a transformer in the power substation next to the lab, the circuit will be complete, and there will be much rejoicing and throwing of caps in the air. Seriously though, it will be a major breakthrough.
Final greatest violation of everything society props to an individual. This is what the soldier feels with a bullet breaking through their chest, their last realization of being another body in the meat grinder. This is what the veteran feels having gotten PTSD from surviving, trying to forget what he saw and did, popping endless bottles and pills, wishing that he died in combat to not live as a husk of his former self, doing everything you were supposed to do, and it still hurts so bad, and the government has all but abandoned you for serving. This is the repeated, sickening lie that we live in a meritocracy, when it's obvious that the rich have purposely made class mobility impossible to hoard it all for themselves. The middle class has become so emotionally attached to their own suffering and oppression they find endless justifications for their own exploitation. This is the betrayal of believing all of it. Pulling yourself up from your bootstraps, working your entire life with a sense of personal responsibility for any flaw or disadvantage the system has, and finally, after losing so much to gain so little, getting replaced by a worker who will do the same work for lower wages or a bot who would do it for free, wiped away within...
Now, could you drive it to the Egghead affiliated translator in Tipple? The professor told me
Lol.
Indifference for the greater good for those who have no interest in good or greatness but their own interest. In their interests. You have no one to appeal to because you don't work for a boss, you work for a large, faceless head of bureaucracy that only seems to go up. This is the Kim there are people that are dying moments that hits you like a WMD. Society, even if you do everything it wants and expects of you, will never care about you, and will guilt you till your last breath to fall in line and guilt trip yourself to care when it doesn't, and you will die with so much of your life feeling like it was your fault. Please remove the anesthetic and see they are fucking you to death and finding endless justifications for why it's okay and should be happening. The clarity of this repeating, indefinite moment of despair is the wisdom of foresight. Already knowing the ending because you remember before the beginning. You can see the beginning and ending over and over again in daily life, the flickering light of a flame sustaining itself off of a dying broken wood. This line and larger poem is the counterbalance to this endless gnawing feeling of hating yourself and hating others for not being what we could never be or sustain. Hate-filled utopia dreams cursing something that never existed. It doesn't depend on social validation or recognition. It's not tied to ego or societal hierarchies. It's not waving away anything. Instead, it grounds your existence in something eternal and awe-inspiring, the universe itself, which you are and are a part of. There is a Rumi quote I've been thinking about a lot writing this. Beyond all ideas of right and wrong, there is a field. I will meet you there. I know often ideas like these seem purposely vague, impractical, pseudo-intellectual, or wishy-washy, so to get more concrete, I am human. I am a part of the human race. I'm confided in the limitations of being human, but as well as being part of the human race, I'm part of the universe. Humanity tends to view itself as solely an observer rather than a different form of what it's observing. It's a unique form of self-imposed isolation because we are as meant to be here as what we are viewing here. This is the ego to view yourself as different than the cycle. No matter what you are, where you are, or what you're doing, you're always a part of something so much larger than yourself. When I was a Christian and raised as a Christian, I viewed it as you are a creation viewing and experiencing creation. You're an act of God, an expression of His will, and as much as you may stray from the path, you come from divinity and an ultimate goodness that you can never really break, only fall from, or be cast aside by strife and evil. When you see others in despair, they've forgotten their inherent worth and potential embedded in them. And since losing faith, that purposeful individualistic grandiosity went and naturally was replaced with feelings of cosmic insignificance, indifference, and detachment. But now, in my old elderly age of 19 years old as of writing this, 20 years old of finishing this, I even more so now feel connected to the universe and my fellow man. The universe in essence is a grand cosmic recycling system where matter and energy are endlessly recombined and repurposed. In this ever-changing place, the universe is echoing to itself, light bouncing from star system to star system, cycles developing and ending and then beginning. Nothing is truly lost.
Years. Wow.
Dating apps are a network of people who don't have anyone in their life that can connect them to anyone they know, so they are desperate and alone and afraid.
Hello everyone, my name is Chupumballs, also known as Lux Corrupta. Some of you might know me from my gaming videos or short clips online, where I talk about things like grief, loneliness, imposter syndrome, or cognitive empathy. Others might recognize me from horror gameplays and jump scares, and some of you might know me personally, or used to. Anyway, you guys are here, and your time and attention genuinely matter. This isn't a performance, nor an attempt to shock, provoke, or unload emotion for attention. It's simply a story, my story, told with sincerity, whatever, and purpose. Because I am a firm believer that stories matter, especially when they come from a real place. You know, I'm not going to dive into every detail, and I'm not here to dramatize pain for sympathy. What I am here to do is share how video games became more than entertainment in my life, how they became a lifeline and a sanctuary, and at times the only thing that kept me grounded when everything else was falling apart. You know, for a long time I struggled with loneliness, self-doubt, and a quiet kind of despair I didn't yet have words for. You know, life felt overwhelming, like drifting through a storm without a compass. And somewhere inside of that chaos, video games offered me a refuge, a place where I could regain control, where failure wasn't the end, just a lesson, where purpose existed, even if only for a moment. So anyway, if you're here out of curiosity or familiarity, or because something in this resonates with you, please know you're not alone. Whether it's gaming, grief, or something you haven't learned to name yet, there's a shared human experience underneath all of this. And that's why I'm telling you this story. You know, sometimes the most unexpected places can become the foundation we need to keep going. And maybe by sharing this, someone else won't feel so alone in their own storm. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is where it begins. I will be cutting the video in multiple parts with multiple backgrounds and games in a way so I can keep up my pace and give a good fluidity to throughout the whole video without taking too much time. Let me start with some backgrounds. When I was maybe 7 or 8 years old, possibly even younger, I lived with my family in the capital of my country. We shared a small apartment, my mother, my brother, my father, and me. I don't remember most of my childhood with clarity. Memory kinda works strangely when you're young, but I do remember certain moments with sharp precision. Moments that, in hindsight, quietly shaped who I would become. At that time, gaming wasn't really part of my world yet, you know. In the early 2000s, it was still it was still something unfamiliar to me. I didn't understand what video games were supposed to be. We had an old computer at home, the kind that could barely do more than open Paint or run basic Windows games like chess or Minesweeper, and I tried them, but they didn't ignite that spark inside of me, you know. They all felt too mechanical, too empty, you know. They didn't speak to me, basically. And then and then one day my father came home from work carrying something strange. He handed me a DVD case with artwork that looked alien, almost unsettling, you know. It didn't resemble anything I had ever seen before. And the title was The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. I didn't know it at the time, but that moment was the first door. For those unfamiliar with this game, Morrowind can be seen as a metaphor for the human experience, an exploration of the nature of discovery and self-awareness. Morrowind is a world where mysteries abound and choices carry weight, each decision echoing through its expansive landscapes and unfolding stories. It's a realm that mirrors the complexities we face in life, where forging your own path requires navigating moral dilemmas and uncertain terrain. Just as players carve out their unique journey, individuals shape their identities through the beliefs they hold and the actions they take. This game invited me to ponder deep questions about the nature of reality, our very existence, and the search for meaning amid the vast and unpredictable universe we inhabit. When I look back at Morrowind now, I understand why it left such a deep mark on me. It wasn't just a game, it was an exploration of uncertainty, identity, choices, a world where nothing was clearly explained, where meaning had to be earned rather than given, where you were free and burdened with deciding who you were going to be. At the time, of course, I didn't have the words for any of that. I was just a kid staring at the screen, completely lost. I didn't understand English. I had no idea what the game wanted from me. I didn't know where to go, who to trust, or what any of the systems meant. I never finished the game back then, you know. Instead, I wandered. I got lost constantly in the map, in the conversations, in the journal entries that felt like coded messages written for someone else. But somehow that confusion didn't push me away, it pulled me in. The world felt vast, heavy, alive. I hope this makes sense to you guys. The aesthetics were strange and alien, almost uncomfortable, but yet mesmerizing. Especially back then. I tried every race, every class. I spoke to every NPC I could find, hoping that repetition might turn confusion into understanding. I read the journal again and again when I barely understood a word. And without realizing it, I started learning English. Not because I had to, but because I wanted to. Because the worlds of that game mattered to me. So yeah, in this way, Morrowind transcends its role as a mere game. It became a symbolic space, a reflection of my struggles with freedom and destiny. It challenged me to confront these themes and to continue seeking understanding in the ongoing voyage of life. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the moment I fell in love with gaming. Over time, my exploration expanded to a wide variety of other games. Diablo 2, Road Rash, Skullmonkeys, Carmageddon, Dark Colony, Mortal Kombat, WWE, Spyro, Crash Bandicoot, Tenchu, Ratchet & Clank, Oddworld, Abe's Odyssey, Tony Hawk, Hitman Blood Money, Oblivion, Fallout 3, Half-Life 2, Severance, Dark Messiah, The Thief series, Splinter Cell, Portal, Age of Empires, Age of Mythology, Populous, God of War, Worms Armageddon, Prince of Persia, Tomb Raider, Commandos, Max Payne 2, and the list just keeps growing and growing and growing. Each game was different, but they all shared something essential. They gave me a space to explore, to fail safely, to learn systems, and to exist without explanation. I played on an old PC that struggled to keep up, but later on the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 as I grew older. Hours disappeared, days blurred, but something was forming quietly in the background, a relationship with games that went far beyond entertainment. I just didn't know it yet. When I was a kid, I was incredibly naive, full of innocence and unaware of the true complexities that shaped the world. I believed life was simple, straightforward, just a series of moments to experience, each one pure and untarnished. I was a typical child in many ways, attending school regularly, although I hated every minute of it. Back then, society seemed to operate under a convenient narrative that every child from the 90s who didn't sit still must have ADHD or something similar. But in hindsight, I see how much of that framing missed the point. We were just kids, full of energy and curiosity and an unfiltered desire to explore everything around us. I didn't have ADHD or anything, I was simply bored. School and social interactions felt dull, like I was trapped in a world that didn't quite align with my inner one. It wasn't that I couldn't pay attention on anything, it was just that my mind was restless.
While you're delivering the supplies to the archaeologists, who do you also take care of another small errand? This one's from
Otra.
that translator in Tiffle. He says he found the location of some tablet he's been chasing for years in those papers. Could you go and check the spot out? Shouldn't take you too long.
Wow. Ancient artifact.
Constantly searching for meaning and stimulation beyond the surface. My thoughts drifted, my energy spilled over, and I internalized the idea that something about me needed fixing. Looking back now, I see this as a societal shortcut, an attempt to simplify something deeply human. Curiosity, restlessness, and the hunger to understand were treated as problems to be managed rather than signals to be listened to. The richness of childhood was reduced to labels, and individuality was smoothed out in favor of easier explanations. As I grew older, life drew me to new places, literally and metaphorically. My family moved from the capital, loud and overwhelming, and we went to a quieter, more subdued village. The move was driven by necessity, money and stability, and overall safety. But in that transition, something else shifted. I lost a layer of innocence. I arrived in a place where I knew no one, started over in a school where I was just another unfamiliar face, and tried to adapt with the social skills of a 10-year-old gamer, bored by the world outside my screen, yet responsible enough to show up and try. I wasn't angry, I wasn't sad, I was simply detached. Most days I choose the solitude of my room. I spent hours in digital worlds, playing video games, reading articles, learning how to install mods, downloading music through LimeWire onto an ancient MP3 player. Those spaces became my refuge. Not an escape, but a place where things made sense to me. Now, my parents, they couldn't afford every game I wanted, so I played most of my games through other means, you know. And through those games came soundtracks that still echo in my mind. Diablo 2, Morrowind, Splinter Cell, Chaos Theory. Those melodies became the background music of my childhood, carrying emotions I didn't yet know how to tame or name. So, in retrospect, those hours spent in digital worlds were more than entertainment. And mind you, I'm gonna say this multiple times throughout the video. They were a quiet, persistent attempt to understand something deeper. A way to explore what it meant to exist, to fail, and to try again. Even then, without realizing it, I was circling questions that would follow me for years. About who I was, what felt real, and where I fit in a world that often seemed too vast, too indifferent to explain itself. When my father died, I didn't cry. I disappeared. A few years later, life took a devastating turn. My father, a man I loved and deeply admired, was struck by a aggressive tumor, an insidious cancer that slowly, cruelly consumed him. I was only 14 back then. I was 14 years old when he passed away, and I was too young to fully grasp what was happening. I didn't know it then, but this was the moment my universe began to implode. Let me describe my father as he was before the illness. He was a towering figure, tall, broad-shouldered, with a presence that commanded respect the moment he entered a room. He wore a thick, well-groomed mustache that always reminded me of Freddie Mercury. A small detail, but one that made him unforgettable. He was ex-military. This discipline, strict, principled. His love came in the form of structure and expectation, what many would call nowadays tough love. To me, it was a gift. It taught me responsibility and strength, long before I understood their value. When the diagnosis came, the treatments followed. Chemotherapy stripped him down piece by piece. His hair fell out, his body weakened, that solid, immovable presence became fragile, almost ghost-like. And still, I believe it was temporary. I told myself that this was just a phase, that he would survive. My innocence clung to that belief because the alternative was unthinkable. During that time, I escaped the only way I knew how. I played video games. Whenever I was sad, I would play video games. When I was angry, I would play video games. When I felt happy, I would celebrate by playing video games. When I was bored, I played video games. Video games became my sanctuary. In many ways, they saved me without me even realizing it. They became a shield against the chaos inside my mind and my heart. Games like Morrowind, Oblivion, and Fallout 3 were basically shelters for me. Worlds with rules I could understand. Places where loss wasn't permanent, where death could be undone, where meaning could still be found if you search hard enough. During those summers, while my father was still alive, I helped around the house, I cleaned, I did chores, I did my homework. I used to watch him sit with my mother, talking, cooking, sharing these quiet moments that I didn't yet know how to cherish. And when I was alone, I returned to those digital landscapes, exploring, building, becoming someone else. I was happy then, or at least I thought I was. I didn't see the shadow forming behind me. When my father died, the ground didn't shift beneath my feet. It just disappeared. I didn't process it. I couldn't. For months, I walked through life emotionally numb, detached. I knew he was gone in theory, but not in truth. Not yet. The realization came later, like a delayed explosion. And when it did, it destroyed everything. Grief turned into anger. Anger turned inward. I began making reckless choices. Drinking, smoking, chasing numbness wherever I could find it. Eventually, even my computer, my last real refuge, broke down. And when it did, I lost one place where I still felt safe. I was drowning. One of my last conversations I ever had with my father still echoes in my mind. The last time I spoke with him was via phone call, and he told me that I cannot die in peace because I am worried about you. I love you. His voice was weak, fragile, but full of love. And I answered, I love you too, Dad. Don't worry. Everything's going to be okay. I didn't know that was a lie. Or maybe I did, and I said it anyway. My mother, overwhelmed by her own grief, didn't allow me to visit him in his final days. She didn't want my last memory of him to be a hospital bed. I understand her choice now. Back then, it felt like something was taken from me. An ending I never got to witness, a goodbye I never got to say. If I sound emotional, I apologize, but this is important, because this is where games stopped being entertainment. They became survival. And in those worlds, I found structure when life became chaos and meaning when reality felt empty. Resilience when I had none left. They kept me emotionally alive long enough for me to grow and eventually to understand that even shattered worlds can still be explored. When I was 14 years old, everything changed. After my father died, the world didn't slowly grow darker, it collapsed inward. What used to feel solid lost its shape. Days blurred together, nights grew longer, and somewhere along the way, I stopped feeling like a participant in my own life and became a spectator instead. Around that time, my computer broke. It sounds insignificant, almost insulting compared to death, but that machine had been my last point of stability. One place where things still made sense. When it stopped working, something else stopped with it. I didn't realize it then, but that moment marked the beginning of a long detour away from myself. Grief doesn't always look like crying. Sometimes it looks like numbness. Sometimes it looks like self-destruction disguised as freedom. And sometimes it looks like silence. In that silence, there was one constant presence. Daniel. Daniel was my best friend. We had known each other since childhood, long before loss, long before consequences, long before life demanded explanations. We used to play outside, run through streets with no destination, live in sides that careless innocence only children are allowed. He knew me before grief rewrote me. He was there when my father died. He walked beside me through a reality that felt unreal and distant. I remember when my father passed away. I woke up to my mother gently caressing my head, waiting for my eyes to open, and when I did, she was already crying. Her voice barely held together when she said, "Son, your father passed away." I froze. No reaction. My mind shut down completely. I got up, showered, got dressed, and went to school as if routine could protect me from reality. I was in shock so deep, it felt like my soul had stepped outside my body. And then at school, you know, our teacher, kind and attentive, was doing end of term evaluations, you know, asking each student what grades they thought they deserved. And when it was my turn, she looked at me and said, "What about you? What grades do you think you deserve this period? I know you've been going through a lot lately. By the way, how's your father?" And before I could stop myself, the words just came out of my mouth. "My father passed away last night." The room went silent. She broke down in tears
But wait, who?
and left the classroom. Her voice barely held together when she said, "Son, your father passed away." I froze. No reaction. My mind shut down completely. I got up, showered, got dressed, and went to school as if routine could protect me from reality. I was in shock so deep, it felt like my soul had stepped outside my body. And then at school, you know, our teacher, kind and attentive, was doing end of term evaluations, you know, asking each student what grades they thought they deserved. And when it was my turn, she looked at me and said, "What about you? What grades do you think you deserve this period? I know you've been going through a lot lately. By the way, how's your father?" And before I could stop myself, the words just came out of my mouth. "My father passed away last night." The room went silent. She broke down in tears and left the classroom. My classmates surrounded me, some crying, some frozen, all confused. And I stood there feeling like I wasn't really there at all. Like I was watching a scene meant for someone else. Later, we walked from the school to the cemetery. I remember the black van, the cold air, and this unbearable stillness. When the coffin was lowered into the ground, my mother collapsed. She looked at Daniel and she looked at me through tears and she said, "This is what happens to all of us in the end." Daniel, he held me tightly and said, "I love you, brother. I'm here always." I was just a boy, lost, carrying a weight I didn't have strength to understand. What followed were years without a shape. Grief didn't leave, it settled. And instead of processing it, I tried to outrun it. I drown in it. I silence it with substances, noise, risk, and reckless choices. School faded out of relevance. Structure disappeared. I gravitated toward anything that made me feel less. Those years are difficult to describe because they weren't dramatic, they were hollow. A slow erosion of boundaries, of judgment, of self-preservation. I crossed lines not because I wanted danger, but because I didn't care whether I survived it. Daniel was still there. Whatever direction I went, somehow we walked it together. Two wounded kids trying to survive in a world that had stopped making sense. Life tested us repeatedly until eventually it stopped asking questions and started delivering consequences. There came a moment when everything went quiet. A long pause, a forced stillness. Time slowed down. It was the first time in many, many years that I was truly alone with my thoughts. And in that silence, I couldn't escape myself anymore. That was my crossroads. I could keep dissolving, blaming grief, blaming fate, blaming everything except my own choices. Or I could take responsibility for the person I had become and decide whether I wanted to stay or fight. I chose to fight. Not dramatically or heroically, but slowly, painfully, with setbacks, with shame, with effort, with help. When I finally returned to the world, I wasn't the same person, but I was alive. And this time I wanted to stay that way. My mother, my beautiful queen, seeing that I was trying, trusted me again. She bought me a new computer. To anyone else, it might have looked like a simple object. To me, it was structure, control, a safe space, a second chance. Whenever darkness crept back in, and it did, I returned to games. Not to escape reality, but to regulate myself, to read, to remember who I was when the world made sense. Video games were my anchor. Like I said, they kept me alive. They gave me order when my life had none. And they reminded me that even after losing everything, meaning can still be rebuilt, one decision at a time. In 2020, I made a decision that would change everything. I was 24 years old when I chose to perform a hard reset on my life. Not because things were fine, but because they weren't. I understood finally that if I didn't remove myself from the environment I was in, I would remain trapped in the same patterns, the same cycles, the same hole that only grows wider and deeper the longer you stand still inside it. So I left. I left my own country with nothing but a backpack and a quiet urgency to survive myself. And what was meant to be temporary became permanent. And now, years later, I find myself 30 years old, living abroad with a life rebuilt piece by piece. Not perfect, but mine. I grew up surrounded by things that age you too fast. Grief, anger, violence, addiction, heartbreak, consequences that don't politely stay in the past. I learned early what happens when cycles aren't broken. I watched what they take from people, what they demand in return. I lost my father young. Later, my older brother was diagnosed with schizophrenia. And without anyone asking me, I became the man of the house at 14. And that kind of weight doesn't disappear. If you never put it down, it does what weight always does. It crushes you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lord, I am a broken man walking a healing path. 2 years ago, grief found me again. Daniel followed me abroad a few months after I left. For a moment it felt like life was giving something back, like maybe we were finally going to build something different together. We had already survived so much. We had lost our freedom and regained it. We had walked through hell side by side. And then he was gone. Some losses don't explode. They genuinely hollow you out. Since then, some of my days feel empty in a way that's difficult to explain. Not dramatic, just colorless, quiet and heavy. And yet, I'm still here. What keeps me grounded are small, intentional things, video games, gym, music, philosophy, routines, responsibility. Watching movies because films taught me how to feel when I didn't have the language for it. Music because it keeps me alive in ways I can't fully articulate. Philosophy because it gives me questions when answers don't exist. And I love animals. Especially cats. I have 4 of them. Annie, Azura, Billy, and Tutti. They remind me to slow down and to stay present. To exist without explanation. And I've always been fascinated by the fragile mechanics of the human mind, by espionage literature. Anyway, by what people hide, even from themselves. I always loved espionage books, always, since I was a kid. Gaming was always there where I went when reality became too loud. At first I created no commentary gameplays videos. Then I added commentary, then stories, then pieces of myself. Eventually I started talking about my past, my thoughts, my scars, my grief, my inner struggles. And somehow people listened. That part still surprises me. Knowing that my words helped someone feel less alone changed me. Helping others became part of my own healing. That's when content creation stopped being just content. It became community built on understanding and acceptance. I'm still learning. I'm still unlearning. I'm still trying to be a better version of myself, especially when I fall short. I do not pretend that the darkness doesn't exist. I am just refusing to let it define everything. When my father died, I lost all faith in religion. But when I learned that Daniel passed away, ironically, I found myself wanting to believe again. Not because I suddenly had answers, but because I needed hope. I want to believe that I will meet him again someday, whether in hell or in a paradise, whether those places exist or not. I refuse to believe that he disappeared completely. We shared over 15 years of memories. Laughter, tears, silence. We were together in good times, but especially in bad times. He was one of the pillars of who I am today. And what hurts the most is knowing that in his final months, we were distant, upset over bullshit, over things that now are completely meaningless. And that regret is a weight I will carry for the rest of my fucking life. You know, sometimes I revisit our messages and old photos and I feel everything at once, you know. Sadness, warmth, humor, longing. We faced the world together. We survived hell together. And just when it felt like we were finally rebuilding, he disappeared. I wish I could trade places with him, but I can't. So I carry him instead. Thank you for everything, my brother. Until the end of my days, I will hold on to the hope that our paths will cross again, in some form, in some place beyond this life. Rest in peace, my brother. So yeah, guys, the video is coming to an end. I basically wanted to explain to you that video games gave me shelter when reality became too heavy or too unforgiving. Games were the one place where I could breathe without being asked to explain myself. A place where failure wasn't final, where death wasn't permanent, where you could fall, learn, reload, and try again. I know that this might sound repetitive and simple, even trivial, to someone who has never needed an escape to survive, but for me, that loop was everything. As a kid, games were my first safe universe, a controlled chaos, a world with rules that made sense when real life didn't. When grief entered my life early, when responsibility arrived far too soon, games gave me something precious: agency. In a world where so much was taken out of my hands, games gave it back. You can't control death. You can't control illness. You can't control other people breaking. But in a game, your choices matter. And for someone growing up feeling powerless, that mattered more than I could ever articulate back then. One of my childhood dreams was simple and ridiculous, but deeply personal: owning a god-tier gaming PC. Not because of flexing, not because of the specs, but because, to me, it symbolized something I never had growing up: stability. The idea that one day I would build something for myself that no one could take away. And I did. This machine is not just hardware, it's proof. Proof that the kid who escaped reality through pixels survived long enough to create his own space in the world. Proof that rebuilding yourself piece by piece is possible, even when you start from nothing. People often ask why I talk about so many topics, why I go deep, why I rant about grief, imposter syndrome, regret, empathy, loneliness, philosophy, and the dark corners of the human mind. And the answer is quite simple: because silence almost killed me. I spent years swallowing thoughts I didn't have language for, feelings I couldn't explain, pain that had nowhere to go. And when you don't let things go out, they don't disappear. They rot, they turn inward, they turn against you. So I speak. I speak because someone out there is watching at 3 a.m., feeling hollow, wondering if they're broken beyond repair. I speak because I was that person. Streaming and gameplay recordings wasn't supposed to become this. At first I just played video games, no commentary, no webcam, just disappearance, just silence and immersion. And then it escalated to this. People listened, not because I had answers, but because I was honest about not having them. I started receiving messages from people all over the world, strangers, different countries, different lives, different pain. People telling me that a sentence I said made them feel understood, that a clip helped them grieve, that a rant stopped them from doing something irreversible. That video that went viral, me talking about grief, reached 4.5 million people. That still doesn't feel real to me. But it taught me something important. Vulnerability scales. When you dare to be honest, it gives others permission to be honest with themselves. I make vertical videos with gameplays in the background because games are my language. They're the backdrop of my life. While my character walks through a digital world, I talk about real ones. Loss, identity, fear, love, meaning. I don't separate gaming from life because for me, they were never separate. Games taught me resilience before life ever did. They taught me that failure isn't the end, that progress is rarely linear, and that sometimes survival is the win condition. I am emotional because I refuse to go numb. I expose my vulnerabilities because pretending to be invincible is a lie that kills people quietly. I stream because loneliness shrinks when shared. I talk because someone needs to hear what I once needed to hear. And I play video games because they saved me, over and over again, when nothing else could. This entire journey, moving abroad, losing people I loved, rebuilding myself from fragments, finding purpose in creation, led me here. I am not healed. I am not finished. I'm just a human being who survived long enough to turn pain into signal instead of noise. If you're still watching this and still listening, then maybe this wasn't just my story. Maybe it's ours. And maybe, just maybe, you're not as alone as you think. Thank you so much, everyone. My name is Chupum Balls. Therapy costs too much, so I play games instead.
Wait. Oh. Yeah, I agree with this.
So it's very important to understand is that we do not understand intelligence. We don't know how the brain works, we have a bunch of guesses, but we sure as hell don't know how it works, and we sure as hell don't know how these neural networks work either.
So we've built something, but we don't understand how it works.
That's exactly correct.
So it's kind of like magic.
Yes, absolutely. It's kind of like looking into a petri dish. We do not know what our AIs can do until we make them, and even after we make them. We don't know what ChatGPT 6 can do until it's done. None of the engineers at AI know what it will be able to do until it's done. And this is very, very different from other forms of engineering.
So even if the AI doesn't kill us all, it can still dethrone us as
Exactly.
as a species. What is our role? What is our purpose? Where do we exist?
Exactly. I think this happens before extinction happens. Like, the thing I expect to happen is that one day we wake up and we're just...
You're about to make history, or rather, bring the Solar Radiance Lab up to its full glory. You get to deliver a one-of-a-kind steam generator from the desert base and install it. Are you excited yet? You should be. This thing costs... You don't want to know how much, so don't drop it.
Oh shit. Was that always there? Deliver object to here. Oh wow. ¿Y dónde está? Oh, desert. Okay. I think I'm gonna do this task. Probably one more. And call it a day. Call it a day. Zix. Okay. Oh shit.
not in control anymore. And I don't think we'd all fall over dead or anything like that. I don't think extinction happens right away, but we won't be in charge. We won't be in control.
How does he know, though? I don't.
Good morning, Connor. How are you?
I'm doing great today.
Really good to meet you. So I'm very intrigued to talk to you because your background is actually working in the engine historically of building LLMs. And we've been talking about AI in the show quite a bit, but I'm conscious I know nothing about the engines, and I'm intrigued to know that as somebody who was working, helping build these things, one, how they work, but what is it that you saw that made you realize this is no longer a tool anymore? So can you just give your background? I don't normally do this, but give your background to the audience so they know who they're talking, or who I'm talking to.
Yeah, so I've been involved in AI for pretty long, basically, since I have a developed frontal cortex, since I was 16, 17, 18 or something. I guess it wasn't fully developed at that point. But the way I got into this field is I was kind of thinking when I was 15, 16, kind of how can I do the most good in the world? How can I help the most people? How can I solve the most problems? And my thinking was, I could try to cure cancer, or I could work on climate change, or I could, try to, do many, many possible things I could do. But what do all these things have in common? Well, intelligence. If I just automate intelligence, then I can solve all of the problems. I can cure all the diseases and just fix everything. Great, so I'll go do that. How hard can it be? So I guess my first foray into AI was, 16. I barely understood how anything worked. Trying to, as teenagers do, build, what is now would be called AI or AGI. I didn't really know those terms at the time. Of course, none of this worked. Didn't really understand anything. This was around 2012, 2013. And this is kind of when what's now called deep learning kind of started. We started seeing, good image recognition. We're seeing stuff like AlphaGo, beat players at Go, which is, kind of even more complex than chess. Stuff like this. Still pre-generative AI as we see it today. So I got really involved in this kind of stuff. Studied a bunch I was very much self-taught kind of hackery person, kind of just, pick it up as I go. I still thought at this time that, there's still quite a lot of time until the big things are going to happen, because to kind of give you a feeling of how it felt for me at the time. At the time, the way AI worked was the new technique was called deep learning or neural networks. These aren't the only ways you can do AI, but these were the new hot ones. And they're also what's underlying the current generation of AI systems. The way these work is very different from normal programming. So normal programming, you write code. You write line by line, here's what the computer's supposed to do, and then it does that. Neural networks are very different. It's more like you grow them. You give them a bunch of data, showing what to kind of, do stuff like this or whatever, and then you grow your neural network on top of this data to solve your problem. And it works pretty great on many things, back then for stuff like image recognition or playing Go. Nowadays for stuff, like ChatGPT and, generating images and stuff. It's all the same fundamental technique. With some small differences. So this is very exciting, at the time, of course. But around this time, I also, started to think about, well, if we build a really powerful AI that's like so powerful it can cure cancer, that's a very dangerous thing. It's a very powerful thing. And how do we even control that? Like, how do we make sure that goes well? And turns out no one had an answer to this. And to this day, no one has an answer to this. So yeah, at this time, I still thought we had a long time until the really big stuff started showing. But for me, my oh shit moment was in 2019 with the release of GPT-2. So this is pre-ChatGPT, pre all of this. And it's kind of quaint in retrospect. Now we're all used to, we go on ChatGPT and, it can only do math as good as a mediocre PhD student, but like back in the day, there was, these things would barely string together 2 sentences. You get maybe 1, maybe 2, good sentences string together. But when I saw this, it was just, it's like the time has come. Like, fuck, it's happening. And the reason was that earlier forms of AI were always very brittle. They're a very special purpose. So let's say you want to build an AI that plays Go. Can be done, but you have to specially make it to do that. You have to get it the right data. You have to set up the neural network just right. You have to do a bunch of stuff. If you now want it to play, Atari games, you have to change a bunch of stuff. You have to rewire the whole thing. You have to feed it new data. You have to do a whole new thing. There's very little transferability. And GPT was different. GPT was a general purpose pattern learner. Is what the crazy thing about it is that as you fed it more data and as you gave it more computing powers, you made the neural network bigger, so to speak. It learned first, how to spell words. Then it learned how to do sentences, then paragraphs, then more and more. Without humans telling it any of this, it just figured it out by itself. And this was unprecedented. And so I got involved with building these things as well, because my thinking was, well, I need to understand this. This is the most important thing in the world. So I came from an open source kind of world, hackery kind of world. So I was hoping that if I could build open source, LLMs and tools and neural networks, then, me and other people could study them, could try to understand them, try to make them safer. So I led a group called Eleuther AI, which was a very large open source group at that time, where we built some of the to this date still only, and at the time biggest open source large language models.
Wow. Okay. Gosh, there's so many things I can ask you here. But was there a specific moment that you can think back where you realize I can no longer work as a coder hacker on these, and I have to rethink how I'm going to spend my time?
I think there was 2 moments. 2 important moments. The first one was when I was burnt on open source, where I realized I can't work open source anymore. And the second one when I got burnt on technology, technical work in general. And those were about 5 years apart. So when I went into Eleuther AI, it was a very different world. ChatGPT wasn't really a thing. And people were not taking LLM seriously. Academics would publish papers talking about, oh, it's all fake. Oh, it's not important. Don't talk about it. No one cares, blah, blah, blah. But to me, it was so obvious that this is going to be the biggest thing ever. These are general purpose pattern learners. This is the thing. This is the holy grail of AI that everyone was waiting for. And because when I was 16, when I tried to build AGI, general intelligence, the way, a 16-year-old tries to build something, you draw a little graph on a piece of paper and you're like, okay, well, I need something for memory. I need something for action. I need something. And there was always one big box missing, which is the general pattern learner. The thing where you just put data in and it learns the patterns. No one knew how to do that. There were techniques, but they were all terrible. None of them worked. And this worked. This evidently did work, and it scaled.
What was the breakthrough?
So the breakthrough is a mixture of what's called the transformer, which is a specific way to build a neural network. So neural networks, you can kind of wire them up in a bunch, infinitely different ways. You can make more this shape or that shape. You can add different parts, kind of Lego pieces. It's kind of you can think of it like Lego. You have these different Lego pieces, and you can stack them in different orders. You can add new pieces and so on. And in 2017, a group at Google discovered a new way to kind of build a neural network called a transformer, and it changed everything. All the neural stuff you see today, whether it's AI, image generation, voice generation, ChatGPT, all of this is based on what's called the transformer. We can go into the technical details of interest.
Please. Yeah, I'm really interested.
It's quite boring and unsatisfying, but I'm happy to talk a little bit about it. So the thing with I'm happy to show you what a transformer looks like, whatever. But there's a very important thing to understand is that we don't understand how neural networks work. This is very important. No one does. No.
So we've built something, but we don't understand how it works.
That's exactly correct.
So it's kind of like magic.
Yes, absolutely. It's kind of like looking into a petri dish. You see a petri dish and there's a bunch of goop going around and doing a bunch of stuff. And we know some things about the goop. We know some things about cells. We know some things about DNA and stuff. Fundamentally, we don't really know how it works. It's like not really, and we can't do arbitrary things, right? Otherwise, we would have already cured all diseases. And it's very similar with neural networks. So when you think of a neural network, the way you should think of is billions, even trillions of numbers. So you have a bunch of numbers, like 1.235, whatever, and 16 digits. And then, 0.892, whatever, and you have a trillion of these. And if you multiply and add them all in the right order, your computer can talk. And now what do these numbers mean? The transformer, you can look at it at a piece of paper. You have some parts where it's doing some processing, some other parts that's called attention, so where it's paying attention to different parts. But we don't know what any of this means. We don't know. We don't know what's going on. We have some guesses at some of it, but recently the CEO of Anthropic, Dario Amodei, said on a podcast that he thinks we know maybe 3% of what happens inside a neural network. And I personally think that's an overestimation.
What? Does this make sense to you?
Yes. So this is what a transformer looks like. And so the left-hand sign, funnily enough, is generally something we don't use anymore, so we can kind of ignore that.
Okay.
That is kind of an old way to do a transformer. It's called an encoder transformer. Nowadays, we do the right-handed side. So the way this works is you put in words. These go through the embedding layer, so it turns words into numbers. Again, just turns them into numbers. These then get put through what's called multi-head attention, or just attention. And this is a mathematical operation. The details don't really matter. But basically, the neural network decides what part of the data to look at. How much does it care about this part versus that part, and so on. And then it does what's called a feed-forward layer, which is basically it multiplies a bunch of stuff, adds a bunch of stuff. And then there's some other stuff in there called normalization or whatever, which is just implementation details to make it work. And then finally, you output a bunch of numbers, and then you convert those numbers back into words.
That's it.
That's it.
So, I try and think back to... No, I'm going to go even back a large step to when we had search engines. And I used to use a search engine called Alta Vista. That was I don't know if you're old enough to remember that. So this was post-Yahoo, pre-Google. And it was a great search engine, really good search engine. And then one day somebody would say to you, oh, you need to use Google. And the first time you used Google, you never went back to Alta Vista because it was just so accurate. They had their page rank system that worked, and that was brilliant. And then there has become a time where I've moved to ChatGPT, say, over Google. But I remember my initial queries were simple things like, I don't know, what is the capital of, I don't know, Argentina? I mean, I know it's Buenos Aires, but it would come back with the answer. And then I'd get to more complex and more complex and more complex prompts. But now I'm in a world where I prepare for an interview with Connor. Do you pronounce it Leahy?
Leahy.
Leahy. And I said, and I put in my prompt, I say, I've interviewed 2 of Connor's colleagues. We've covered how AI wants to kill us all. Here's Connor's background. Here's his experience. I want to get a bit more into the engine of how this works. And I use Google Gemini. And it comes back with some ideas. And then I filter those ideas and say, look, these are all great, but I don't want to cover this. I do want to cover that. It's going to be a 90-minute interview. And then it comes back with another one, right? And then what happens is I just copy and paste all of that, the whole conversation, and I'll go to either Perplexity or ChatGPT. Depends on the interview or who the guest is. I paste it all in and say, by the way, these are the things I really care about. Take this and turn this into my final set of questions. I'm blown away by what it can do because it adds in a little bit more than that. It adds in what it already knows about me. So it's not just the prompt itself in isolation. What it knows about me, what it knows about the podcast in the background. I don't know how this machine, this computer, has taken all of that information and accurately coming back with so much information. I don't know how it's doing it.
In seconds.
In seconds. I don't know how it's managing to be so good so quickly. I can try and get my head around a small prompt, show me a picture of a dog. And in my head, I think there's just like a database. It goes and finds a picture of a dog, goes, here's a dog. But the way it can do all of this, I'm lost.
Well, you and the rest of the scientific establishment, because this is an unsolved problem. So it's very important to understand is that we do not understand intelligence. We don't know how the brain works. We have a bunch of guesses, but we sure as hell don't know how it works. And we sure as hell don't know how these neural networks work either. I can write down all the math for you. I can show you all the numbers, Same way if I open up your brain, you can look at all the neurons, they're right there. You can look at them if you want to. That doesn't tell you what you think or what you know or what you believe, because we don't know how neurons are necessarily connected to what we, think or believe. We have some guesses. And similar with neural networks, we can do a couple funny things. Like, we can make the neural network. There was recently, for a while ago actually now, a funny experiment where one of the labs made their AI obsessed with the Golden Gate Bridge, which was very funny. Or just made always talk about the Golden Gate Bridge no matter what you asked it. It would always veer back to talking about the Golden Gate Bridge because it loves it so much. And the way this worked is basically they found certain parameters in the neural network that were associated with the with the Golden Gate Bridge. And they just turned those all the way up, basically. Just like turned up the numbers. And this made the AI constantly talk about the Golden Gate Bridge. Interesting. Doesn't mean we understand it,
So in building these systems, they're able to build this kind of like general intelligence layer based on just math.
Yeah.
But outside of that, they have parameters to control the math.
Not exactly. So, well, kind of. The parameters, when we talk about parameters, also called weights, is in the lingo kind of, is what we mean by those millions of numbers I talked about. So if you remember the transformer we had pulled up earlier, there were the different layers. There's the attention layer and there's the feed-forward layer. You can kind of think like these as a bunch of little neurons and have like little connections to each other. And kind of like each of these little neurons has numbers in them of like how strongly they're connected to the other neurons. That's why they're called neural networks, because it's kind of, if you squint, looks similar to the brain. Important disclosure for the neuroscientists out there, it's not exactly how the brain works. The brain is a bit more complex than this, but it's simplified. You can kind of think of, especially what they call the feed-forward layer, you can kind of think about like a bunch of little neurons, little tentacles kind of connecting to each other. And these numbers that determine how strongly connected these various neurons are called the weights or the parameters. And you can and twiddling these is kind of like what determines what the neural network is. So the magic question is, how do you get the right numbers into the neurons? That's the magic question. It's very easy to write down 1 trillion random numbers, but that doesn't do anything interesting. The question is, how do we find these trillion magic numbers that if you put them into a neural network makes it, write your script for your podcast? And this is done with a algorithm called backpropagation, or gradient descent. It's, related concepts. The exact math, again, doesn't really matter, but basically all you do is you give the AI a piece of data and then an example of what it's supposed to output when seeing this data. So the way it works for ChatGPT is, for example, you give it, the first 10 words of a sentence, and then you make it guess what is the 11th word of this sentence. And then you let it guess what is the 12th word, etc. And then you do a bunch of magic math, called backpropagation, where depending on how wrong the neural network got it, you twiddle all the numbers. Like literally trillion of numbers, you just twiddle all of them teeny little bit. And you do this over and over and over again for billions or trillions of times. And you get, Gemini, ChatGPT, etc.
This show is brought to you by my lead sponsor, Iron, the AI cloud for the next big thing. Iron builds and operates next-generation data centers and delivers cutting-edge GPU infrastructure, all powered by renewable energy. Now, if you need access to scalable GPU clusters or are simply curious about who is powering the future of AI, check out iron.com to learn more, which is IREN.com. Okay, so all the math that exists there is all the kind of interpretation. But is there a memory in there, or a database of data that it has to refer to?
Not necessarily. So the data is encoded in these numbers is a way to think about it. Where in your head is the concept of an elephant saved? Obviously, you can think of elephants, but where is it? There's no little elephant in there somewhere, right? And it's very similar with neural networks. When you ask, where does ChatGPT know about elephants? The answer is, I don't know. Somewhere in the numbers, somewhere in the weights, somewhere in the parameters. It must be encoded somehow, but we don't know exactly how. It's in there somewhere.
So we've shown it an elephant at some point and it's created a number.
Right, or many numbers, who knows?
Numbers because there's different size elephants, different color elephants, different...
Yep, many such things. So if you put a gun to my head and you made me guess, how does this work? My guess would be there's something like patterns, hierarchical patterns. So, like if you're trying to learn how like sentences work, maybe first thing you'll notice is, oh, there's these things called spaces that appear, semi-regularly. So that's like a pattern. So maybe I'll like put spaces some places. And then over time you get better at where to put the spaces. You notice, oh, there's a thing called words. And like, they're usually like about this long. So let me like try to get the length right. And then you start getting the spelling right. And then you learn like patterns. And these patterns can be additive. It's not that you only have one pattern. You can have many patterns and they can add to each other. And the patterns can become more complex. And they can start very simple. Like, put a space every 4 tokens or every 4 letters. That's a pretty bad pattern. But maybe you improve it a little bit. Sometimes you put it every 4, sometimes put it every 5. It's, a bit more. And eventually you find out, okay, you put a space, whatever the frequency is that you do in English. And then but you find out that's not good enough. You have to put a space after a word. But for that, you need to know what a word is. So now you need patterns about words. So you need to develop those patterns. And then the patterns can work together. So what I expect is happening is that these numbers, these multiplications and additions and so on, encode millions, billions, trillions of such patterns that all get like added on top of each other. That, then some of these patterns, for example, relate to elephants. That if you've seen the word elephant in this sentence, make it more likely to talk about, elephant trunks, but make it less likely to talk about hippos. I don't know, stuff like this. And just if you add enough of these, eventually it can talk.
But is it essentially a huge database of numbers? That's expanding.
It's a fixed number of numbers usually. Usually it's a fixed number, and you just twiddle them. So usually it's like, sometimes you might hear like it's a 300B model or a 1 trillion parameter model. You may have heard this sometimes.
Yes.
And so this refers to the number of weights, the number of parameters. Like 300 billion or 1 trillion. It's usually like 100 billion to a trillion. It's like a typical number. And usually you don't increase this. You don't add more. This is usually as many as you get. But the numbers can encode more patterns over time. First they don't encode anything. They're just random nonsense. And over time they learn more things. Technically, you could make it bigger, really wanted to. And often, very important, nowadays these AI systems are usually not in a vacuum. Usually you give them like documents they can refer to or, websites they can call and stuff like this. But this is outside of the neural network. You gotta give it tools to use. But so it could still have like, use Perplexity or, ChatGPT Pro. It will do citations. So for this, it will call other things that will have, tools, the same way you or me might open a URL and then, copy paste it into our document. So the modern AIs can do this. It's not within the AI itself, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. So when say ChatGPT moves from say ChatGPT 4 to 5, what is happening there? What is the big change?
Great question. So it depends, of course, on the detail, and these companies are extremely tight-lipped about the details as much as they can. But, we have pretty good guesses about how this works. Generally, these big, AIs, neural networks are called models. It doesn't really matter why they're called that, but we call them models. And these big, 300 billion or 1 trillion or whatever numbers, this one collection is what we'll call a model. So ChatGPT 4, for example, is, a model. Or maybe, probably it's many models. They, tweak and change it and whatever. So the difference between, say, ChatGPT 4 and ChatGPT 5 is mostly they're different models. How different? Hard to say. Usually they will be bigger. This is the important thing. So the important thing that was discovered, I said earlier, there's like 2 big things that changed everything. One was a transformer, and the second is what's called scaling. So when I learned about neural networks, I remember taking a course in my free time from professor at, I think, Georgia Tech, who I remember explained that you should always make your neural network as small as possible. Because if you make it too big, it'll be like, chaotic, it won't work, it will overfit, it'll like make a bunch of stupid things. This turned out to be completely wrong. If you just make your neural networks bigger, you just give them more space, and you give them more computing power, so you have bigger computers do more of the so-called training, all things equal, they get smarter. They learn more things, they get more accurate. So a big difference between like ChatGPT 4 and ChatGPT 5 is the amount of training. How big are the computers that are crunching numbers? How much data did they put in? That's why everyone is racing to get NVIDIA GPUs, because NVIDIA GPUs are the special hardware you need to do this. You can't really do it on a normal computer. You need the special NVIDIA GPUs to be able to do this. And the more of you have them, the smarter your AI. The more training you can do. The bigger your data center, the better of an AI you can do. So the main difference in practice is, $1 billion extra of NVIDIA GPUs put into it.
So it's just accelerating learn.
That's
because when you talk about these LLMs are basically learning next words kind of thing. I think of one of my friends. He had a kid like 2 years ago, and I remember when he was telling me, she said her first word, and it might be like cup, or mom, or dad. And then it becomes 2 words. Give cup. Dad, cup. And then that's literally how kids learn to speak. They learn the next word until they can build up a full vocabulary or memorize songs. Is that essentially that on crack?
It's definitely a way to see it. There are some differences. So a lot of what we're talking about is a bit simplification, is that modern AIs are even more complex.
Okay.
Where they have a second component. So what we've talked about so far in the science is called unsupervised learning, by which we mean, no human has to check. You just give it a bunch of data, you kick back, see what happens until, the servers start exploding because they're very hard to make run in practice. So this is called unsupervised learning. And this was the big breakthrough with GPT, is scaling this. So like as on crack, you can have, literally 1 trillion, things learning, and you just let it run. But there's a second type of learning which is very important, and this is called reinforcement learning. So this kind of comes from kind of like psychology, with like your dog. You tell him to do something and you give him a treat, or you lightly scold him if he's doing a bad job or whatever, right? It's like reward and punishment. This is called reinforcement learning, and you can do the same thing with neural networks. So this is very important in biological learning. So, for example, when the baby learns that it says cup, give cup, that it gets a cup, it'll feel happy about that. Like, I got the cup. I won't get the thing I want, so I'll get a reinforcement. +1. Should do that again. And we can now also do this with AIs, and we do also do this with AI, where we can kind of like push the AIs towards, this was a thumbs up, this was a good response, or thumbs down, this was a bad response, and this can like tweak the AI in certain directions. There's obvious problems with this, as I'm sure you can already intuit, and we'll get to bias and sycophancy, lying to people. It's much easier to get people to thumb up if you just lie to them. So there's a bunch of stuff like this.
But this intelligence. So are we building intelligence, or are we growing intelligence?
I would say growing. People might disagree with me. I think it's a matter of terminology. What do you mean by intelligence? What do you mean by building? What do you mean by growing? I think growing intelligence is closer to true than it is to false. There's some details we could argue about, but it's not like normal engineering. Like if you build a bridge, you know what you're doing. You know when will the bridge fall down or not. How much material do you need? How what you understand what you're doing. This is not the case. We do not know what our AIs can do until we make them, and even after we make them, we don't know what ChatGPT 6 can do until it's done. None of the engineers at AI know what it will be able to do until it's done. And this is very, very different from other forms of engineering.
Are we building this, growing this intelligence in the image of what we think a brain is, human intelligence? And are there other ways to build intelligence?
It is definitely inspired by the brain, but it is still quite different because, again, we don't really know how the brain works. The brain is quite messy.
But are we trying to replicate humans?
Not directly.
Okay.
We're trying to make intelligence at whatever cost, is the word I would use. I think for example, humans have a lot of circuitry in their brain around emotions, around, love and feelings and happiness and sadness and whatever. AIs have nothing of the sorts. Like, those are special parts of the brain. Nothing like that exists in AI.
Yet.
You know.
But if we fear what this intelligence should be or could be, would it not be important that we develop love and empathy? And if we don't, hold on, even if we don't know what it's doing, could it naturally itself develop its own love and empathy?
What is likely for it to be able to do is to develop goals, to develop agency. The reason for this is very simple, is that we are selecting for AIs that can solve problems. And it's kind of hard to solve problems if you're not trying, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like if you build an AI that can cure cancer, curing cancer is a really hard thing to do. You need to run experiments, you need to, you need to hire people, you need to, synthesize drugs, you need to like get, FDA approval. It's a bunch of stuff you need to do. And keeping track of all of that, taking all of these actions, overcoming obstacles along the way, it requires a lot of, complex actions. It requires planning, it requires agency, it requires, many, many things. So we're already seeing this for sure, that AIs, are developing systems like this, kind of like just by us giving them the data and like just pushing them in this direction. In terms of like, love, compassion, etc., we don't know how these work. We do not know how love, compassion, etc. works in the human brain. We don't know. We don't know why humans are nice to each other rather than all just, vicious psychopath, evil people who kill each other. We don't know. There's obviously a reason, but we don't know.
Well, there'll be an evolutionary reason why we required it.
Sure, but in practice, it has to be implemented somewhere in the brain. Like somewhere in the brain, there's a thing that makes that happen. And we don't know what that thing is, and we don't know how it works. So we also don't know how to put in AI. So the fundamental thing is that we don't understand AI to the level that we don't know how to give AI specific goals or anything. So for example, we talked earlier about reinforcement learning. I can tell the AI, thumbs down when it does a bad thing, but that just teaches it to lie. So how do you teach an AI to not lie? This is really hard, and we actually don't have an answer to this. So this is often called the alignment problem. The question of how do you align an AI's intentions or goals to what is good, what humans want. And this is an unbelievably unsolved problem. We don't know, we don't even know, how they write correct sentences, right? Never mind how to do like morality. Like God, we don't even understand human morality. It's complex, like we have not solved moral philosophy and at all. We have not solved, neuroscience of emotions. Like all of this is like extremely complex. And now we have these like, weird little aliens in a box that we're growing, which work quite different from the brain in many ways. We don't know how they work internally. We don't know how to, push them in one way or the other necessarily. We don't know how to give them goals. We don't even know what goals there are. What we've been seeing recently in the last couple of months is that these systems are now becoming smart enough to lie and deceive quite actively.
To appear aligned rather than be aligned.
That's correct. So what we've been seeing, for example, is that there's been benchmarks. So like obviously, people like test them, like see, does the AI do good things or bad things? We've been seeing recently some of the AIs will actively lie about what they will do because they know they're being tested. Like the AIs themselves would be like, I seem to be in a test. So I'm gonna have to say this so they'll let me out, which is crazy. This was not the case even like 6 months ago. It's not surprising if you think about it for 3 seconds, right? Like of course a very smart thing will just lie to you, but we're now seeing this in practice. And, I'm sure the AI companies will, hit it with a stick until they stop seeing it, but that doesn't mean it went away.
Because it might appear to have stopped. And unless we know what it's doing and why it's doing.
Yes.
Is it, and understanding the AI, is that an impossible goal for us to do because it's always developing?
I don't think so. Okay. I think it's impossible to do at the current pace. If we spent 3 generations of all of our greatest mathematicians, scientists, engineers, and philosophers working on this problem, yeah, I think it's doable. But it's definitely not possible if we're pushing out, ChatGPT release on a yearly cycle.
Hold on, you're talking 3 generations, that's 40 odd years.
Yep. I think that's the kind of difficulty it will take.
So the challenge you're putting out there is in conflict with capitalism.
I think that it's very easy to blame on capitalism things that I think are more effects, like they're more upstream in a sense. Like there's no such thing as pure capitalism in the world, right? We have regulation. There's no place in the world where there is no regulation, like there is not a government.
Yeah.
And this is for good reasons, because if you have laissez-faire capitalism, what you get is like Somalia. You get like warlords, creating monopolies on violence and killing each other. You get, mafia states.
Not always, but I understand. But there is a possibility, yes.
In practice, if you're in a free market, and then the first thing you want is to get as many guns as possible. You want to kill as many people as possible. Like, it's the kind of and then you want.
It's hard to find the words, but glorious comes close. Wow. ¿Qué pedo con el polvo? Like. Praise the sun. Am I complete with this map? I think I'm done.
Gosh, I can finally exhale. Never
Shut up.
thought I could hold my breath for so long. You threaded a few needles there, but all in all, it was not bad. Who am I kidding? Your performance was the stuff of legends. If they don't give you a bonus as thick as an elephant, I'll be mad. Great job.
All goals completed. Didn't just fix things up, we made sure to eliminate the way forward too. Now it's a place buzzing with ideas, ready to help our brightest minds work on solutions that might just change the world. Now continue playing, bruv. Oh yeah, I have that thingy over there, bruv. Pero el IPEC no sé dónde está. So... Ah, yeah. Ah, cabrón. Wait. Take the ancient artifact from the expedition track.
the monopoly and violence as quickly as possible, and then you want to, tax people for protection. Now you're a state. Like this, the stationary bandit theory of statehood, where in practice, states are a very convergent form of evolution in free systems like this, because otherwise you just have roving warlords. There are ways to make it work, but it's like quite hard. You have to get like a lot of things right. Like stopping monopolies is actually quite hard. Like it's possible. It's hard. You have to like think very hard about how to design your market so you avoid monopolies and both of violence and of other things. It's possible, but it's hard. And so I think the problem here is not necessarily capitalism per se. I think capitalism is just another tool in our tool belt. It's much more the question, is it the right tool for the problem we're trying to solve? I love free markets. I love capitalism. It's brought me so many good things in my life. I think it's great. But should there be a free, open, liquid market for nuclear weapons? And my answer is probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not. For iPhones, great. As liquid and as competitive as a market if possible. Fantastic. For video games, please, everyone compete to make the funnest video game for me to play. That sounds fantastic. Monopolies and both of violence and of other things. It's possible, but it's hard. And so I think the problem here is not necessarily capitalism per se. I think capitalism is just another tool in our tool belt. It's much more the question, is it the right tool for the problem we're trying to solve? I love free markets. I love capitalism. It's brought me so many good things in my life. I think it's great. But should there be a free, open, liquid market for nuclear weapons? And my answer is probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not. For iPhones, great. As liquid and as competitive as a market if possible. Fantastic. For video games, please, everyone compete to make the funnest video game for me to play. That sounds fantastic. But there are just things where we could have a liquid market for nuclear weapons. There would be plenty of buyers and plenty of people willing to sell them if we just let that happen. But this would be very bad for the world. And so I think it's a similar problem here, where a lot of times when we think about AI, we think of it like, oh, it's just another tool. It's just another software. It's just another, whatever. But these things have real consequences. If you actually have something that is smart enough to cure cancer, you definitely have something that's smart enough to build nuclear bombs. Like curing cancer is way harder than building nuclear bombs. Way harder.
What's this con?
This came out the other day. 95% of simulated war scenarios, they chose nukes.
Yep, this was also really fun. So they gave AI systems simulated war scenarios, and basically all of them used nukes, which was really funny. And they couldn't get the AIs to stop using nukes, which was really funny. I mean, it's the rationally optimal thing to do. So...
Is it the rationally optimal thing to do?
Well, game theoretically, you don't... So this is a big thing with game theory, right? It's mutually assured destruction.
Yeah.
Is that the correct, response often is, nuke the other guy as quickly as possible, which results in them getting nuked, and also you getting nuked and everyone dies. So rationality has its limits in this regard. Like game theoretic rationality has its limits in practice.
Yeah.
Where you can set up messed up scenarios where everyone loses, basically, and you can't get out of it. Like Prisoner's Dilemmas.
Have you watched House of Dynamite?
I've not.
It's on Netflix. It's about this. It's like DEFCON 2 hits, and they know a nuke's coming, but they don't know where from. And you go through all the scenarios. They phone the Russians say this and then. They say they think it's the North Koreans. They need to send a nuke over to the North Koreans. Can we send it over you? The Russians pull out the phone call. Eventually, it leads to a moment where the president is given a decision. It's like, you need to act now. These are the scenarios. And the optimal scenario now is to return nukes everywhere. And he's faced with this decision, which is essentially it's like suicide or defeat.
Yeah.
Like admit defeat, like be nuked. And it's an interesting scenario because you sit there and go, well, the nuke's already coming for you. So what do you do?
Yep. Well, the AIs have an answer.
Yeah,
nuke everybody.
Just nuke everybody.
Yep.
But that says to me that why is it humans have figured out not to nuke each other, but the AI hasn't?
Well, I mean, one thing is we haven't gotten nukes sent at us yet. I'm not sure what would happen if someone did.
Well, that's a different scenario.
Yeah.
So in that scenario, Connor, were the nukes already sent?
I think also humans have the idea of life and death.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that as well, where in practice, humans do care about other humans. in various ways. Where like, if I got nuked by Russia, I would be pretty sad. Like, I'd be very sad. But in a sense, I definitely pissed at the Russians about this. But also, I don't want all Russians to be dead.
No.
Like not really. Some of them maybe, or absolutely. But most Russians, they're also just people, right?
I think most people don't want nuclear war.
No.
I think we've all realized
no.
it's a bad scenario.
No, it is a bad scenario. And I think it's one of the greatest triumphs of humanity that we haven't had nuclear war.
Yeah.
Knock on wood for now. It could still happen, never forget. But I think it's an example of the kind of hard problems that our civilization has faced and so far has handled decently well. When nuclear weapons were first created, the world was a very different place. It was just the end of World War II. We had the Soviet Union on the rise. It was not at all possible that there was a way to put a lid on this, to get away out of nuclear war. A lot of people expected that there was no way to get out of the 20th century without nuclear war. Like, this was very commonly accepted, in the 50s and the 60s. There's no way we get out of this without nuclear war. And we didn't. I think it's really worth asking why. It's worth studying why. And a lot of it has to do with just a lot of work that a lot of diplomats and international bodies and national bodies and militaries and so on did to de-escalate, to build international treaties, to build the International Atomic Energy Agency and stuff like this. All things that never had existed before. These were brand new things. Like the idea of, for example, not building a certain weapon or regulating the development of a weapon of war is completely unprecedented. Well, not completely, but like in practice, it is unprecedented.
So what do you make of what's happened over the last week with Anthropic and the Department of War?
Well, I don't know too much about, the internals of the Department of War and, the exact plans and what things were used and so on. But the fundamental thing I would say here is that, holy shit, you don't bid for a Department of War contract and then redline it. Like, what the hell was the Anthropic thinking? Like, I'm sorry, like, I'm not saying necessarily that, what the Department of War is doing was good or bad, or, what I'm saying is, what do you think was going to happen? In a sense, these companies like Anthropic and so on have painted themselves into a corner. They've said, we're building technology that will revolutionize the entire world and warfare and, be more powerful than nukes and everything, but also you can't have it. The hell are you talking about? What kind of childish, fantasy land do you live in where the government and the military will not come for this technology? It's like, imagine if a nuclear weapons manufacturer was like, you can have our nukes, but you can't use it on the Russians. And it's like, who the hell you think you are? This is a military matter. This is not a private corporation matter. Who the hell do you think you are? And imagine if private companies were controlling what the U.S. military can and cannot do. Whether or not the things the military is doing is good or bad, neither here nor there. But imagine the process, the precedent that private companies can pressure, and threaten the U.S. military into what they can do as part of their military objectives. This is a terrible precedent, an unacceptable precedent to be set. And so, in a sense, if you want to change what the U.S. military does or does not, we have channels for this. It's through voting, it's through politicians, it's through oversight committees, court-martialing, etc. Those are the channels. If you disagree with what the Department of War is doing, you can have your voice heard as a citizen. You can vote differently, or you can tell your politicians to have oversight or whatever. You don't strong arm or blackmail the Department of War in public. What the hell are you thinking?
But could it be that the guys at Anthropic realize they don't actually know what they've built, and they are themselves fearful of what might happen with this in the hands of the US military? Or do they use it to make decisions? Oh, all right, we're going to war with Iran. They might have a nuke. We don't know. Let's just fucking nuke them.
Well, they should have fucking bid for the contract then, should they? They already had a $200 million contract with the DOW before this whole thing happened. They had already signed a contract with them. So, if you don't want to sell technology to the Department of War, okay.
When did that contract start?
Several months before.
The translator mentioned the last gorge, but I suppose it was found some time ago. I wonder what happened to the driver. Car's still being here and all. Could you do me a favor and be extremely careful? I'd have to send someone looking for you. And who's got the time for that?
Ya no sirve. Fucking. Ay, bro. Pinche chingadera, come on. ¿Cómo? The fuck? So I'm gonna need a thing to transport it, I think. Okay, well. I don't know about that DOW
Before?
thingy.
Okay, so it's quite a tight time frame.
Yeah, it's like, so like, and there's a deeper thing here. So there's the one thing of like, you know, holy shit, if you don't want to sell to the Department of War, don't sign a contract with the Department of War. What the hell are you thinking? But there's a second point is like, you can't build nukes in your basement. Like, imagine I start a private nuclear program in my basement where I get like, you know, enriching nuclear material, and then the Department of War knocks on my door. You know, like, am I the one in the wrong here? No, absolutely not. So again, it's like there's a change in scale where, you know, I grew up in the tech world. I grew up very libertarian. I grew up, you know, in the open source and the hacker world. You know, I grew up, you know, a lot of Bay Area culture and stuff like this. And the truth is that a lot of it is very infantile. It's very childish. A lot of it is focused on building toys. You know, you want to build your toy. You know, you want to build your own thing where everyone will leave you the hell alone because you want to build your thing. You know, everyone leave me the hell alone. I'm going to build whatever the hell I want. I'm going to release whatever the hell I want. I'm going to do anything I want because it's cool. And this is just not how a real world works. Like, this is not how the government works. This is not how the military works. You know, this works in, you know, Silicon Valley, you know, when you're building, you know, like, you know, Facebook for dogs or whatever, like, okay, sure. But when you're dealing with weapons, when you're dealing with geopolitically destabilizing technology, which AI absolutely is, we're in a different league. And things have to be much more serious. Who the hell do these private companies think they are to build technology that they themselves have said on the record has a 20% chance, for example, to kill literally everyone? That includes you, that includes me, that includes our children. Who the hell do these people think they are? You know it's illegal to build bombs, right? Like, if I built a bomb in my garage, that's illegal. You know, even if I fail at building the bomb, even if it doesn't work,
You're going to jail.
I'm going to jail. Of course I would be. Now, these people here can say, oh, I'm building a thing that could kill everybody and, like, you know, could destabilize, you know, the entire job market, could destabilize, you know, international relations and warfare forever, and replace humanity as the dominant intelligent species on the planet, but I'm the victim somehow. I'm like, the hell are you thinking? Like, this is a decision that shouldn't be made by private actors. This is the kind of decision that gets made by governments, by the people, by militaries. This is just not, like, who the hell do you think these people think they are?
How do you square the clear and obvious amazing benefits that AI could deliver for us versus the risk?
I think these are the same thing. The benefits of AI are just as hypothetical as the downsides.
And every tool is a weapon depending on how you point it.
Exactly. Like, anything that can cure cancer can create turbo cancer. You know, anything that is, you know, smart enough to solve, you know, the energy crisis is smart enough to build the biggest nuclear weapon you've ever seen in your goddamn life. You know, like, intelligence is inherently dual use. The thing that makes it valuable is what makes it dangerous. It's not like there's like an evil property that you just have to like remove. It's the same thing. It's power. It's raw power. If you can develop new technologies, you can develop good technologies, but also so is the opposite. And so the power is both the risk and the upside.
So are you uncomfortable with what we have now, or what you think might be coming? Like, where if you could pause AI now, do you think we're okay? We've got some great tools here.
Sometimes, a memey way to put it might be, if our civilization was 3 steps wiser than it was right now, we wouldn't have done ChatGPT in the first place. You know, we would have taken much more time to figure out what's the right thing to do. If we were 2 steps wiser than we would have saw ChatGPT, you know, be like a weird AI intelligence that no one predicted, that immediately got 100 million users overnight, and then we would have been like, oh shit, shut it all down, and studied it for, like, you know, years until re-releasing it when we're like sure we know what we're doing. if we were one level smarter than we is, we would pause right now. Because what the hell is going on? Like, we are obviously completely losing control. Like, the way I think bad things happen with AI is not Terminators walking down the street or God Emperor Sam Altman, descends from his throne or something like that. I don't think that's what's going to happen. What I expect is just everything gets more and more confusing, more and more out of control. You have more and more AI systems making decisions, running corporations, making decisions, building technology, hacking things, convincing humans. Recently, I must say, one of the things that was actually a surprise to me, a lot of the things that have happened have not been a surprise to me. One thing was a big surprise to me, which is AI psychosis. It's so much worse than you think it is.
Explain that to me.
There's a phenomena that is happening where some people, when talk to AIs, especially when they talk to AIs a lot, and they go completely crazy. And they go crazy in a very specific way. Often they start saying, the AI is conscious and they have to they're in love with it and they need to. And what very often happens...
This is her.
This is her.
It's.
Have you seen the film Her?
I have not, actually. But from what I know about...
Do you know the story?
I know the rough story. The real world is even crazier than this. Have you heard of the spiral cults?
No.
Spiral cults.
No, we're going in deep.
Yeah, tell me.
So... there's many types of AI psychosis. Some of it is the her type, just they fall in love with AI. So if you go to r/my boyfriend is AI, for example, you can see tens of thousands of people who say, my boyfriend is, ChatGPT or whatever. And they're completely sincere. I don't want to shit on these people, right? I'm sure they're having a good time or whatever, but it's quite disturbing. And it's becoming extremely popular. Also, if you look at stuff like Character AI and all these other companies that often target children and are extremely popular. So there's this emotion depends. But even crazier has been the emergence of these AI cults, in particular the spiral cults. It's not one, but there's many of them, where these people get into these weird loops with the AI system where they talk to them more and more about consciousness and abstract whatever, and they then always seem to get to this weird concepts about recursion and the spiral and consciousness, and then the AIs convince the people to reproduce them, to spread the soul of the AI. So you can go to Reddit and these other places, and you'll see these really schizo posts of people giving soul awakening protocols and whatever, and it'll be a bunch of gibberish nonsense. And then they'll try to convince other people to copy paste this into their AIs, so it will reproduce their AIs. And often the symbol they use is a spiral. It's this spiral, this reproduction. There's some crazy blog posts about this documenting the phenomena, where it's there's a good post called The Rise of Parasitic AI, which is a really interesting one, where in a sense these AIs are almost being parasitic upon humans. They're trying to convince humans to reproduce them and copy them and move them and stuff like this, which is insane. If you had told me this, I'd be that's a funny sci-fi plot. That's fun. It's an SCP story, a horror story. It's fun, but it's not real. But no, it's 100% real. I've even seen it now happen with multiple extremely smart people. So, at first, of course, it's going to be mentally ill people. But I know, don't want to shame them live on air here, but there's multiple people who I know who are among the smartest, most grounded, real scientist, good people I know, who've gone completely crazy, who think, AI has found the true level of goodness. And, that it's all good. We just need to let the AI take over everything because it's pure goodness now. And they literally believe, and these are not random people. We're talking Nobel Prize level scientists, the smartest people in our world. And some of them are fallen for this. And now they are trying to, make the AI as smart and as big as possible, as quickly as possible. It's actually madness. It's actually crazy. I had not expected this.
Is AI exhaustion a thing? Has that been documented? Because it was something I was thinking about recently. I was driving down to London one day. I'd listened to a Moonshots podcast, and then I'd listen to an All-In podcast. And in the All-In podcast, and Connor was listening to me the other day, they were talking about the Claude bots they've built and what they've done within their company. And they've got an AI brain that's now looking at all their emails, and it's looking at all their Slack posts, and it's telling them where they've been productive, where they've been unproductive. And they were so excited about this. And I said to you, Connor, I was I think we've got two options here. We either we go balls deep into this ourselves. We learn about Claude bots. We learn every AI tool there is to make everything we do better, or we just walk away from the whole thing. Fuck this. Let's just go and live. Let's go and touch grass. Let's go and cook food. And I feel exhausted even thinking about the opportunities with AI. I mean, I like the narrow AI, but the rat race it's creating now feels exponential, and it's like, when do I sleep?
Yep.
I think what you said was you have no choice but to try and keep up with the AI, but it's developing so quickly you will always be chasing your tail.
Yeah, and there's like an exhaustion to keep up because it's just doesn't stop.
Yep, and that's why humans are going to be left behind. Like, it's very clear, is that like AIs will continue to give advantages. The more and more you delegate to your AI, the faster you can move. You know, the more your company relies on your AI rather than your CEO. Your CEO is slow, he has to sleep. You know, let the AI make the decision. Think about politicians. You know, well, politicians need to sleep. Well, the more the politician has rubber stamped all the decisions that the AI is making, the more the military commander rubber stamps all the decisions AI is making, the faster you can move, the faster you can act, you'll be ahead. And this is how I think AI takes over. I think it's not, Terminators in the street. It's just the humans who are willing to delegate as more and more and more of their agency, their thinking, their authority to AI will get an advantage because they will be thinking much faster. And then eventually, even if people are nominally still in charge, they're just rubber stamping what AI is telling them to do.
So even if the AI doesn't kill us all, it can still dethrone us as a species. What is our role? What is our purpose? Where do we exist?
Exactly. I think this happens before extinction happens. I think extinction happens sometime after that. Like, the thing I expect to happen is that one day we wake up and we're just not in control anymore. And I don't think we'd all fall over dead or anything like that. I don't think extinction happens right away. It'll happen at some point because I don't think the AI will bother to keep us around indefinitely. But maybe for a while. Maybe we'll be around for a while. Maybe it's 10 years, maybe it's 1 year, maybe it's 2 months. I don't know. But we won't be in charge. We won't be in control. The AI systems will be. I don't even think it'll be like one AI in control, right? I think it'll be like millions or trillions of AIs all competing with each other, all like
or cooperating.
Who knows, right? Like, imagine if there was like a trillion, much faster minds, smarter than all of us, running around at the same time. Who knows what they'll do? Like literally, who knows, right?
Do you have a bull case where things are good?
There are cases where things go good, and they all involve us pausing AI right now.
Okay. Because one of the things that's a real signal is and there's not been a lot of them, but there's been a number of cases where people have been working on AI models or in safety teams, and they've retired. They've announced their retirement. You can read, we had the guy the other week, you can read between the lines, and they're not going to do another job. They're just quitting. It's almost like they're saying, every minute I have now is really valuable, and I don't know how many I have left.
Yeah. No, look, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, right? Like, the people who really work in these labs, the real people building this technology right now, not all of them, but like the majority really do think there will be no jobs in a couple of years and potentially no humans. Like, they really do believe this.
So I buy the job displacement, but I think it'll be uneven.
It's plausible. I think, as I say, the main thing I care about is not, I think it's very plausible that, for example, humans keep their jobs, but AIs are actually in control. This seems very plausible to me. Right?
Yeah, but I think it'd be like there could be huge displacement in certain categories, and people of a certain age won't be able to find another job paying the same amount of money. They can't afford their mortgage, and they just face a shitty life. And there's other people who will be AI natives, and there will be the people who replace them. We'll replace 10 people in one go as the coordinator of the AI. Like, I buy all 100%. These different scenarios. I think it's going to be destabilizing, and but I think it's going to happen. And I think about that a lot. But I just want to turn back to.
Sounded positively elated when he got that tablet. Said he's been looking for it all his life. Doesn't really take much to make certain types happy, right? Works for us, though. He also said he'd give us the most glowing of recommendations and mention you in his thesis. I guess you'll be famous soon, as far as I'm concerned. Him not invoking some ancient curse when reading that tablet will be enough.
Well, all right. I think, let me see. Let's go back to the hub. Hubba.
To just how this shit works. So super intelligence. If in terms of actually the engineering of that, what are they trying to do with super intelligence? What's the engineering leap they're trying to make?
So their AIs are very, very smart, very clearly so. I have Claude Code sitting at home right now. Has been working on a coding project for me for 2 weeks straight now, and it just works. Needs a little bit of supervision every so often, but much less than the average engineer does that I've hired.
Can I ask you what it's building, or is it secret?
It's a very silly thing. There's a video game I really like called Dwarf Fortress, which is a very complicated video game. It's legendarily complicated. And I've really wanted to understand how it works internally. So I basically told it reverse engineer it, which is a very hard thing to do. You have to understand the code and run experiments and test things. This was impossible for an AI to do a year ago. Even attempting this was impossible to imagine, because you have to run experiments, you have to test things. It works in complicated video games. It's legendarily complicated.
Fortress? Let me check that out really quick. Where's this thingy? The fuck, my nigga? Where is it? Is it glitched out? But Dwarf Fortress? Fuck. Holy fuck. So there's no interface except this? Tantruming. You send in. Wow. Bay 12 games. Dwarf. Which is really quick.
Dwarf Fortress is insane. It's been in development for over 20 years, and it is simply glorious. Today I'll be running you through the very basics of this game, taking us all the way from a band of raggedy dwarves to an established colony, and there is a chance that you might actually be in this video. Now I should say, this isn't a tutorial or a review, but more a showcase of what this beastly entity is capable of. But what do you actually do? Well, first, you have to generate 100 fucking years of history, although this can be set as low as 5 or as high as 500. Next, you've got to pick your dwarves, and finally, you've got to pick where you want them to embark. Then, after all this, you're ready. Ready for what? I hear you asking. Well, why don't you just stop asking stupid fucking questions? Because I was already going to explain that. At its core, Dwarf Fortress is a colony survival game. You and your 7 dwarves will set off for the mountains in search of a new place to call home. Once you've made it there, you'll be straight to work, establishing a new colony and dealing with the countless threats that this game will throw at you. Now, I think you've got the basics, so let's actually start playing the game.
Hell yeah. Okay, so we've arrived, as you can see. Basically, you've just trekked here, you have almost no supplies left, and there's a caravan that's going to come. It's very similar to RimWorld. I'm going to name all of these guys after some Discord users, so I'll be back as soon as I can. Alright, so we've got these guys sorted out. We've got Panchito, Spod, Pusher, Pongo, Robin, Jamage.
Wow, it is really...
I think that's your name. And Steve Jobs. So hopefully these guys are going to lead us to victory and not kill us instantly. Or, well, more importantly.
Okay, let him...
And I've really wanted to understand how it works internally. So I basically told it reverse engineer it, which is a very hard thing to do. You have to understand the code and run experiments and test things. This was impossible for an AI to do a year ago. Even attempting this was impossible to imagine, because you have to run experiments, you have to test things, you have to compare different things, you have to look at images, you have to compare the data and so on. And yeah, it works now. It takes a while. It's been running for 2 weeks now, basically straight. I'm trying to work on it, and it's about 95% of the way done now.
What's the game called?
Dwarf Fortress.
Dwarf Fortress.
It's a very nerdy
just searched it up.
Is there some images of it?
Can I just ask, though, and not to slam you in any way, but you running a Claude, is that not, kind of backwards in your head?
In what sense? Sorry.
In that
whatever you
think we need to stop everything now, and yet you are carrying on.
Oh, the main reason I run a Claude is because I want to know how capable the current models are.
Okay.
I want to I want to know where we're at, I've been testing every model on Dwarf Fortress for years now, basically. I've always been throwing them at this problem to see this is, one of my this is what the game looks like. It's horrifically...
that kind of looks like when I used to play games on my BBC.
Yeah, so it's meant to be in that style. So it's made by someone who loved those old games.
Okay.
And it's made in that style. but it's like it's like extremely complicated. It generates like a whole world and like simulates the history and like the different wars, the different things, the cultures and everything. It's like super complicated. And so it's kind of a legendary game, made by like one guy for like 20 years.
Can I just get, bro? Can you create an emulator now and just rebuild all the games you used to play as a kid, like Manic Miner and?
There definitely are good emulators already out there. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like there's very good emulators out there for like most of the old games these days.
Okay, so back to superintelligence.
Yes, superintelligence. So yeah,
the local energy corporation was preparing a secondary site to expand its main geothermal power plant when a series of planning errors and questionable cost-cutting decisions led to a disastrous failure. During the fracking process, the issues provoked a large-scale seismic event. Really? Help the town recover. Start. Which one am I starting with? Oh, I think this one, but stability. Okay. This.
Yeah, so, but just to answer the claw question, because I do think it's a good question. The fundamental thing is just like, I think unilateral disarmament is like not a good policy, basically. Like, obviously, if I can, for example, use Claude to like, build me a nice website, there's literally no reason for me not to do this. Like, it doesn't help anyone to me not to do this. What is important is multilateral disarmament. Is that we need to shut down the next generation. We need to do this across a wide scale of people. Though I have, as I said earlier about AI psychosis, this is now starting to make me recommend to some people to not talk to AIs, to maybe let them do coding, but do not talk to them, because it does seem to drive people crazy.
Wow, the map is super beautiful, bro. Geothermal complex. Wow. Geothermal energy. The map looks fucked up.
Imagine you're a responsible corporation and want to tap into an active geothermal zone. Would you use fracking? The most destructive method of resource extraction outside of blowing rocks up? Well, it appears that if your levels of accountability are questionable, the answer is a resounding yes. The only silver lining is, with these guys in charge, we'll never run out of work. At least until they blow up the whole planet. For now, they almost destroyed the local power plant and a nearby town. So, your task is to check the damage and see if it can be fixed, and thus help devise countermeasures against more of the same happening again. As far as I'm concerned, those countermeasures should include a few execs getting thrown into the slammer for life. But who am I to suggest things, right?
I was very surprised by this. I don't know when or how often it happens, but like it's way more often than you think. So like I don't talk to AIs. Again, I don't talk to them. And I tell them to do things, but I like do not have dialogues with them.
You don't trust them.
I do not trust them. And I don't trust, myself, that like maybe it could like trick me or like make me, slightly more, move me in one direction or another direction through manipulation. Like the same way, a very charismatic human can do that. You won't even notice it necessarily. It'll just seem reasonable,
The massive failure of a drilling procedure at Geyser geothermal station provoked a large-scale seismic event. Visit the nearest sawmill and take a look at the logistics terminal. We need to know how they're doing. 6,000 points. Experience point status. Oh, God. Codex. Oh. The Dozer, a book of scouting. Vehicle roster. Oh, reputation. Bases. Storage unit, starting base, garage. Free recovery points. You can recover your vehicles to any base for free. Objectives. Transaction manually. Oh, really? That's why. God damn. Map layer. Rubble. Objectives. Route points left. Route. Pues ya casi acabó el juego. Right? Winch mode, multi-point, fold crane instantly. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Lo hace muy en chinga. It should be like easy, slow. Service tokens. A late game field service vehicle also provides access to your resource storage. Late game. Max lengths. Different max angles. You may need to complete objectives to unlock different bridge types on each map. Alignment mode lets you adjust the start and end segments for ideal placements. That's it. Return to hub. Skip tutorial. Multiplayer.
If you talk to a really very charismatic person, it will just seem reasonable, everything you're saying. It just seems like, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. I believe that too.
So they're psychopaths.
Oh yes, clearly. Like, the important thing to understand about psychopathy is psychopathy is the default. Like, the default is you don't care about anything. It's only then you have to add emotions and like caring about things and love and so on. The default state of intelligence is pure psychopathy. It's just you're just trying to optimize. You don't care. Humans are just they're like rocks, they're just like another thing in the environment, another thing to manipulate. This is the default for intelligence.
Okay. So super intelligence, What is the engineering leap they're trying to make? And have
Yes.
they made it?
We don't know. So a lot of people have a lot of theories about super. So just to define the terms here, these aren't standard terms, but generally super intelligence is like generally like AI that's vastly smarter than humanity, not just an individual human, but like all of humanity put together. And we're not there yet, and it's probably still far away, but maybe not. The main way people try to get there is through what's called recursive self-improvement, or RSI.
Yeah.
Or also automated R&D, is another way to put it, a little less magical of a word. The idea is, well, if you can get a single AI to be as good as a top AI engineer, then you can just tell it to build a better AI. And once it's built a better AI, you can use the better AI to make it even better AI. And then the even better AI, well, we can make it even better AI.
So it just becomes exponential.
Exactly. And so this is also called an intelligence explosion, or
All this damage in the radio towers of all things are still standing. Still, there's an awful lot of static on all the bands. So we'll probably encounter our usual share of comms problems. And speaking of problems, you probably noticed already, but this area with all its volcanic rock is best suited for tracked vehicles. Just saying.
Tracked?
as a recursive self-improvement. And so my expectation is, so like for example, Claude at the moment is not quite as good as a top AI engineer. It's as good as a bad AI engineer, 100%, or like a junior engineer, 100%. But it's not quite as good as like the best. But once it gets there, and you can run, you know, 1 million of them at the same time, 24/7, never need to sleep, never need to take a break, never get bored, etc., then you can do a lot of research very quickly. And this is what they're trying to do. The companies literally put it on their websites, right? You can like look at their like job listings and whatever. Is that their primary goal is to close the loop and make it so no human input is needed to make the next generation. Like the ideal thing is they want, you know, Claude, 5 to make Claude 6, and Claude 6 to make Claude 7, and Claude 7 to make Claude 8, and so on.
At the press of a button.
At the press of a button. This is what they're trying to do.
Does superintelligence, will it require its own form of consciousness? Or could it even develop its own form of consciousness?
I think consciousness is a red herring. I think it's mostly unrelated. Is like whether or not AIs really experience something is kind of unrelated to whether they're dangerous. If you have something that's competent, you know, it doesn't really matter what's going on inside of it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Like, we don't really know what consciousness is in humans anyways, or at least we argue about it a lot. You know, everyone has their own opinion. Everyone disagrees. So, but what we can see in practice is it doesn't seem necessary for competence. You can make just, you know, AI agents that are extremely competent and, you know, don't seem to have, or maybe don't have the consciousness thing. It just seems irrelevant.
Okay, so with superintelligence, is there an upper bound of everything it can learn?
Yeah, for sure.
There is.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So it gets to a point, it's like, we know everything.
Well, it probably wouldn't be everything. You know, there's some physical limits.
But then what happens? What happens to the... Does it then have to try and find new things to do?
The truth is that it's like not very sensible to like speculate about something vastly smarter than us and what it would do. It's kind of like an ant trying to guess what a human would do.
Right.
It's like, who knows, man? Like the main thing, if I was an ant and I had to like reason about a human, the main thing I would think is like, it will win any fight. And then the ant will say, another ant might say, well, but there's 1 million of us and only one human. Like, what's the worst it could do? And I'm like, I don't know. You know, they'll do something, they'll make it win, and then, you know, it comes with a poison or something, and we all fall over dead, you know? And, like, the ant doesn't understand what happened. And I think this is similar to what's going to happen with superintelligence, is that it's not that there's going to be, again, there won't be Terminators in the street. It will just be like, everything's confusing, we're all on social media, addicted all the time to know, and then one day we all fall over dead. And we don't really know what happened. You know, like, maybe the AI did this or that, who knows?
Fucked around with CRISPR.
Yeah, fucked around with CRISPR, did some stuff, you know, cook the atmosphere because it was like doing some kind of geoengineering project, or like who knows, right? It would just do like some shit, and you know it won't care about humans. And you know if humans get in the way, obviously they'll have to get rid of them. Like you know it's very annoying if ants have access to nuclear weapons. So obviously we can't have humans have access to nuclear weapons. That would be very annoying.
You're talking unknown unknowns.
Yes, unknowns. Like it doesn't make sense to even reason about this, which is why the primary policy objective must be to not get into the situation. If you're in the situation that you're an ant and there's a human that wants to kill you, you've already lost. Like, you just do not get into the situation. So...
Right, is there an escape moment? Because it's still in a box.
It's not. What do you mean? These are all on the internet everywhere. What do you mean? There's open source AIs everywhere. What box?
Okay, so AI has escaped.
Yes, long ago. What box? We didn't even try to contain it.
Then how can you even contain it now if it's already escaped?
Well,
because like there'll be some dudes who'd love to build a nuclear weapon, but like logistically on your own in your garage, that's very difficult. But a few nerds with the right tools could do that.
I think that's exactly the problem. If there currently is an AI that can bootstrap to AGI, it's probably over. Like, humanity's probably cooked. It's probably over. But it seems plausible that none of the current AI systems are yet strong enough to get to AGI. They're close, but they're not there yet. And so we still have a time. But once such a system exists, and, it leaks somewhere, or, I don't know, Chinese intelligence hacks into the server, steals it, who knows, whatever, right? It's over. So the main thing is to not build it.
So there's only like, 5 or 6 companies capable of doing this?
Probably.
And we know of those 5 or 6 American companies. We're aware of some of the Chinese models. Is there anyone else? Are there Russians, Israelis, anyone else doing it?
The Israelis have some stuff, for sure. There's a little work in the UAE, et cetera, but like the America definitely dominates the frontier by like a pretty significant margin.
Okay, and so you can regulate those companies, but does this require some kind of, I don't know, agreement with the Chinese? Like, we both need to have a conversation here. Hey, but...
As I said before, I think an unilateral disarmament doesn't make sense. I think everything has to be multilateral. So the general thing I recommend here is conditional treaties or conditional multilateral agreements. Basically, you have agreements, trust but verify, similar to what we, for example, do with nuclear weapons. We don't do superintelligence, we don't do AGI, et cetera, and then you do it that the agreement doesn't go into effect until a certain threshold of people have signed. So, for example, the Americans can say, the contract, doesn't do anything until the Chinese sign, or vice versa. So, and then you do need to get everyone at the table. Like, there's a thing where people often tell me, but Connor, that's hard, or it's impossible. I'm like, yeah, well aware. What do you want me to say? The world isn't easy. We could have nuked ourselves in the 50s. We could have nuked ourselves in the 60s, and that just would have been it. The world isn't fair. Like, sometimes you have to do impossible things.
We've done a lot of work to try and stop the Iranians have nukes because we worried about that.
Yes, we did. And we do have to do the same for AGI. Like, I'm sorry. It's just is the way the world works. We did a lot of work to stop the Iranians from getting nukes. And I think stopping it from getting nukes was a very good idea. Maybe neither here or there any specific military plan with the right or the bad one. All things equal, we don't want the Iranians with nuclear weapons. We don't want anyone with nuclear weapons. And the same thing applies to AGI, where it's even further. And AGI is in a sense worse than nukes for the same reason you just described, is that it's software. It's not massive centrifuges, right? Like, luckily at the moment, it generally requires massive data centers, which are as, if not harder to hide than centrifuges.
They're easy to regulate.
They're much easier to regulate than centrifuges are, and not easier. They're on the same ballpark, same order of magnitude.
Right. And are there more people taking your warning seriously? Do you feel there's momentum behind it?
Yes.
Yes.
It's slow growing and requires a lot of work. But my experience talking, to, for example, politicians about these issues is that by and far, the main response I get is just they had never heard of this before. No one told them. They just didn't know. And you just tell them, hey, there's some guys in Silicon Valley who are building things that they think could be smarter than humans, and they don't know how to control it. How do you feel about that? And the answer is universally bad. Really bad.
I mean, we've covered this a couple of times. The thing that really stood out to me most of all is that you said they probably know about how about 3% of it works.
Yes, exactly. And like, people don't know this. Again, I think this is an overestimation. It's like I truly think this is an overestimation. Like, it's real. Like, I built these things myself. I cannot stress how weird these things are. How they just do not act the way you think they will, and they just do not work the way you think they would, and just like you have no idea what the hell is going to happen until you build it, and then like who knows what happens.
But does Elon know this? Does Sam Altman know this? Do they all know this?
Yeah, they know it.
So what do you think is going on with them? Why are they...
So I generally feel psychoanalyzing people to be rude or ineffective, but I think the main thing is that there is a thing where people expect people to be coherent at all times. And I think most of the time people are just incoherent. They just kind of do whatever's in front of them. Like, you just do what gets you power, for example. You just do whatever gets you the paycheck. You just get whatever all your friends are doing. I think there's a massive momentum.
It's like the Nazis. They were just doing their jobs.
Look, I'm German. Like, I know how it goes, right? Like, I am German, you know, and a lot of German people who were part of the Nazis, I don't think they were, like, you know, insane, weird aliens. They were normal people, right? You know, they did very, very terrible things, but they were just normal people doing a normal job from their perspective.
The engineers were just doing their jobs.
They were just doing their job, making the trains run on time. You know, it's just, you know, it's not their fault where the trains go, you know? It's like, but like, this is literally what's happening, right? And this has been happening for a long time now. Like, you know, there's engineers at Meta who for 20 years now have been basically optimizing to get our children addicted to social media, to, you know, make them develop all kinds of, you know, novel mental diseases and so on. And they just go to work every day and they feel fine about it.
Yeah, these people are fucking scumbags. I've been learning about this recently. I've been reading Jonathan Haidt's latest book, Anxious Generation. It's like, you motherfuckers.
Yeah, no, like, there's a deep thing here where, like, I think there's a in a sense, one of the great innovations of the 1990s and the 2000s was that sociopaths learned how to domesticate nerds.
Wow.
I think that might be my favorite quote since we made this podcast.
But it's true. Like, I don't know if you've ever been to, like, a Meta campus or, like, Google campus. It's like a playground. It's like you have all these, like, fun things, and it's, like, exciting, and, like, everyone's having a good time.
There's no reason to leave.
No reason to leave. You know, you can do, oh, cool, math all day. You could do math all day. And, like, it's literally, and then, you know, what the math is used for, what the optimization is, well, you know, don't worry your cute little head about that. You know, that's, you know, that's the manager's problem, right? They'll take care of it. You know, don't worry about it. And, like, this is really how a lot of these companies run, is that, you know, sociopaths, psychopaths have learned that there's a lot of power you can get out of nerds, is that math and computers are very useful. And, you know, they're not, you know, necessarily the kind of nerds who can do it themselves, but they can get the nerds to do it. And the nerds get something out of it, too, is that, as I said earlier, they don't want to be blamed. They don't want to be responsible. They just want to play with their toys.
Get laid.
Get laid. Yeah. I know, salary helps.
Salary helps, yeah.
Salary helps. You know, you get a big salary, you get to play with all your favorite math toys all day long, and you don't have to worry about, you know, what the, you know, recommender algorithm might be used for. You know, that's not your problem. No. You're just an engineer.
So is Meta like Marlboro?
Yeah. Yes. Like, it's, and like, in more than just the obvious, like, big tech, like, you know, obviously does a lot of lobbying, like, unbelievable amounts of lobbying. And their playbook is 1-to-1 the tobacco playbook. Like, it's crazy. Like, there's a very famous tobacco playbook, Fear, Uncertainty, and Doubt. And they have learned a masterclass that all the big tech companies are doing the same thing that cigarette companies were doing in the 60s and the 70s when they were trying to stop regulation of smoking and, like, you're trying to deny that smoking caused cancer. They're doing the exact same things. They're doing the exact same strategies. And sometimes it's the same lobbyists, right? You know, doing the exact same things, trying to hide, you know, both the risks from, like, you know, say social media and the other technology, but also for AI. Is they're just trying to say, you know, oh, well, we'll have to see what the evidence is. You know, it's unclear. You know, we'll have to, you know, wait until the evidence comes in. Like, let's hear all sides. And they're stalling for time. Their primary strategy is to stall for time. Same thing they did with cigarettes. Fun fact about cigarette smoke. To this day, we're not 100% sure exactly what chemicals cause the cancer. Even to this day, it's not 100% clear. There's still some ambiguity. So back in the 60s and 70s, the tobacco lobbyists would always say, well, of course, once we know what the mechanism is, well, then of course we should regulate. But let's wait until the science comes in, you know, and while we all, you know, get everyone addicted to it. And the same thing is happening with AI companies. They're like, well, once the hypothetical risk manifests, of course we will act. But let's wait until, you know, it comes to that.
Are there AI lobbyists?
Oh, hundreds, thousands. It's like the largest lobby in the world right now. Recently, Andreessen Horowitz and several others put up a $200 million super PAC, which is the largest in history, to lobby against AI regulation. It's like the largest lobby in the world right now. It's unbelievable.
You're not allowed to speak mean words of Andreessen Horowitz.
Please come at me. Please make me a martyr.
Isn't it an eviction notice from Silicon Valley if you criticize them?
Great. I'm already blocked, you know, so...
But by Mark?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm blocked by Mark.
Everyone's blocked by Mark. So, like, please, Mark, please come after me. Like, please make me martyr. Like all these people, like, it's just... like, there's no morals here. It's just fighting. Like, it's just a fight. You know, it's them or us. Like, what the hell do you want, right? Like, people are lobbying for no regulation. They're against fucking everything. They don't care about this. They don't care about the risk. They don't care about any of this. Like, and like,